almost positive that we were kind of getting progress. I'm gonna guess that we're halfway through the game. I'm not sure though. I think we have about 4 or 5 great runes at this point. Oh man, it has been pretty crazy. So yeah, 48, 46, 56. Coming up on 50 hours. It's insane. Get face cam now? Badass long coat. We do, yeah. I've had it for about 9 months now, I'd say. 8 months, 9 months. Also, by the way, thank you for the sub, long coat. And Bryce, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate that. Welcome back, everybody, as well. That was very nice, you guys. I wasn't even started yet. It took you almost 100 hours to beat the game, Mad Wolf. It's a very long time. Very, very long time. Favorite boss so far? I think Morgott is my favorite at this point. When will Day 8 be up on YouTube? So basically Day 8 I had to re-render, so it's uploading right now. Basically it's processing. Should be tomorrow morning. Day 9's already on there as well, but it was already done ahead of time because I just exported it. I didn't have to render it. So technically Day 9's already ready, but I have to wait for Day 8 first, so I'm just waiting for it to process. Since the render failed at about 8 hours previously, and then it took 10 hours to render it the second time. Because I edited it together. Every time I edit something together, it's a nightmare if it's a long video, so. But yeah, as soon as possible, and then once those are done, it shouldn't even require me to render anything anymore. I can just export it directly and it'll be fine. I've been having fun with the game. I've been really enjoying it, yeah. We actually were on this Gargoyle last time I was playing. And I think I got him to like half the health. And he killed me many times. So I'm going to try to kill him before we finish today's stream. Even if we have to go back to it. Fancy Bird, thank you for gifting Brian a sub, dude. Is that the first time you gifted a sub too? Wow. Did you know if you gift subs in this stream, you can't stop gifting subs for all of eternity? There's a point of no return after like after 20 gifted subs, you actually have a condition where you have to be admitted into some sort of asylum for gift subs. And they say that you never escape. Like in the mind, you're still gifting subs, but in reality, you're just rocking back and forth. Being like, tier 3, tier 2, emojis.
Let strength be granted so
that's super nice of you, dude. I appreciate that. Dude.
So the world might mend.
I gotta stop commenting on gift subs, man. I should just be like, I don't care. Jimpy just went right to the asylum immediately. Dude, why did you do that? That's actually insane. You didn't have to do that, man. That's way too many gift subs. You've never even gifted a sub before. You just gifted 21 subs, like right off the bat. Dude, that is ridiculous. I don't even know what to say, man. Oh my god. Jimpy, why'd you do that, man? That's not necessary. If you can at least explain to me, to the asylum we go. Okay, you wanted to go to the asylum. Dude, you're gonna end up looking like an Outlast 2 character, just like in the bushes, just eating people or something. I don't know. Man, Fancy, thank you so much again. K Paso, thank you for the 4 months as well. And Jimpy, thank you for the 21 gifted subs, man. That's ridiculous. Anyone that just got a gifted sub, please say thank you to Jimpy if you can. That was not necessary, dude. That was ridiculous. I don't even know. I don't have other words to say other than that. I was literally just joking. I usually just warn people because they get addicted for some reason. That's why I don't have the hype train. That's why I don't have the leaderboards, because we're not trying to make it a competitive thing. It's just, it's a feature on the website. I can't disable it, but if you want to do it, you can. But I really don't want it to be a competition. And you're just dropping 21 gift subs the first time you ever did that. That's crazy. In a world where 7,000 people at any given time are streaming Elden Ring, this is the only real channel. One person, one gargoyle, infinite amounts of death. 10 times the amount of damage of an average player because he actually explored the game. Coming to a theater near you soon. Overstayer, thank you for the brand new sub as well. I appreciate it, man. You guys are making me like I don't even know what to say, dude. I get overwhelmed and then I just say thank you and then just like hide my face, so I don't know what to say, man. That's, you don't need to do that at all. Like, that's not necessary. You guys could, like, here's a fun fact. No one could ever gift a sub for the rest of time, and then half the people could just unsub to the channel, and it would still be okay. Well, you guys don't even have to. No one could sub to the channel. It'd still be okay. You don't even have to. You could just watch for free. and then I'll just take the ad revenue and eat saltine crackers, man. It'll be fine. Like, I'll do it. I'll actually do it. I'd still play. I'm gonna have to play a little bit less, but I'll still play though. I'll still do it. Squelch, thank you for gifting 5 subs as well, man. I don't even know what we're doing again. Oh yeah, we're trying to get the helmet. I want to buff the character. Fry, thank you for gifting 5 subs as well, dude. You don't have to do this, guys. Seriously. This is way too much. Okay, I'm gonna have to scroll back through chat and actually read everything that happened before this because I don't want to miss any actual questions or anything that you guys said. Thank you, Fry. Everybody that has been graced with the gift sub, please say thank you to whoever gifted you the sub, if you can. And I really hope you guys enjoy the emotes. There actually is an Elden Ring emote that is being finished. It's taken a little bit longer because my artist is working on a bunch of different things at once, but it is a Melina emote. It's replacing Skullthink, so it's kind of just like Melina just thinking like this with the one eye closed. And then I wanted to get an Alexander one with a frowny face on it right after that. And then there will be some merch coming this year with this game themed around it as well in the channel. And then just some channel art that I get done too after that's done. So I'm excited to have that all together. And yeah, it'll be cool because I know people were asking about like hoodies and t-shirts and stuff for a while. Actually, I have the first ever piece of merch I made on right now. It actually held up pretty good. It's not faded too much. It's pretty decent. Still, it's very comfortable too. And then they made the t-shirts for the other campaigns through this company kind of bad material after a while. Like this is actually comfortable, but the actual design is a little bit funny though. Dolphin, thank you for the Prime sub. Longcoat, thank you for gifting Squeedly a sub. That's super nice of you too, man. You did not, again, you don't have to do that at all. You can just watch if you want to. You could, I appreciate if someone does sub because I sub to other channels, so I can't be hypocritical and say I don't sub to a bunch of channels too, and that I didn't before I had a channel as well. But I understand that, but like you don't have to give subs though. That's, you know, you have to, I hope that the people that got them actually want them, or I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna make them feel bad by just frowning at them from the shadows. Do you see Distortion got a speedrun in 37 minutes? I didn't see that. That's crazy, dude. I heard that he beat 50 minutes before. I've been lurking on and off for years since you battled Fraz and Amapi for DS3. Get paid. Dude, that's super nice of you for doing that either way, but you watched since Amapi was playing DS3. I haven't actually seen him for a long time. I think he came back to the channel like 2 years ago to say hi. But he was actually really good. Kind of sucks that he doesn't stream as much, or at least I haven't seen him stream as much. Me Flustered is very funny. I don't deal well with like, I like giving, I like doing gestures for other people. When people do them for me, it's weird. I'm just like, I don't know. Obviously at this point I've gotten used to certain stuff with the channel because we're doing it, but it's like you don't have to do that. That's crazy. You've been playing Elden Ring for 20 minutes and you got stuck at the Beastman. Beastman would be oh, I don't know if I found the Beastman yet. Maybe that's a spoiler. Or no. You mean the guy in Morn Castle, right? With the great sword, the one that's kind of like orange, the misbegotten beast. How am I liking Elden Ring so far, Jojo? It's my favorite game. I love it. It's really cool, and it's just gotten even better. Like the last time we played was probably my favorite day of playing it so far since the beginning, just because everything's getting super funny and wild and just like changing up quite a bit. And the character build is really good that I made apparently, without me even realizing. So I'm very happy with how we spec'd everything. I'm actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try a different weapon for this guy because we didn't get to try this yesterday. I got to change the armor though. We'll use Albric's robe. And I got to change this back to something lighter too. I'll use his hat maybe. Wait, can I get away with 4 pounds on this? No. Let's see if I can do 1.7. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna try this because it has a lot more stagger. And then I found Golden Vow as well. Someone was asking me yesterday, they're like, have you seen this before? I literally hadn't heard of it, and then I found it right at the end of the stream, which is just random after we did the capital. So it's a really decent buff. It's better than the Golden Halberd buff, but very similar. So I can replace that. And this weapon can't be buffed directly, but it has this kind of effect to it. I think that might have canceled the Vow though. I guess we'll see. We'll just play and see what happens. It still hits 600. That's pretty good. Left R2, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. I was gonna say thank you for the 5 months. I always read the raid and I think it's a resub. How was your stream, dude? What were you playing today? Nataro, thank you for the brand new sub as well. Which categories are you most interested in running in Elden Ring? I want to do glitchless speedruns. I definitely want to try no damage on it. And I want to do SL1 as well at some point. Right now, at least. And then I have a lot of other ideas for certain videos. One of which should be recorded and finished in the next week or so. This is a discussion that we've had quite a bit that I think would be a cool comparison to make for people that are trying to play this game. I don't want to give too many spoilers. It'll be a bit of a surprise, but I'll talk more about it once we're actually uploading it. But it'll be more of a discussion on why actually it would be easy for someone to play this that's never played a FromSoft game ever. Just from personal experience with people I know that don't like these games that actually are doing pretty well in them right now. And then contrasting the comments of people saying that, oh, this is impossible or whatever, and showing exactly examples of why things are a lot easier than they seem. Because I haven't seen a video like that ever. Or at least in like the format that I was thinking of, at least for this, so it'd be cool to make one of those. And then there'll be some music stuff coming out for this, and then some other things too. But yeah, I definitely want to do a lot of runs and some other videos. Took voice lessons, or your voice just naturally perfect? It's not perfect. I bet if I went to a vocal coach, they'd critique a lot of things. I've been told many times by a lot of people all the problems that are professionals. And no, I've done voice acting for cartoons before and stuff like that were just, I guess, I don't know, they weren't small animations, but they were like smaller format, like not made by studios, like just made by Matthew Shesman mainly. And then I did my own stuff as well. And I'm trying to become a game character one day, an indie game character, with the portfolio I built from that, and just taking all the opportunities I can get in the meantime. So I've done a bit of voice acting, definitely practiced a bit, but nothing professional, very amateur. Would be cool to do it professionally one day though. Just definitely not like a thing that has to happen. I just have fun with it. Like I would literally do it for free. It wouldn't matter. It would just be fun. I've always just liked doing that stuff. So I think practicing that a little bit helps, but by no means is it perfect nor professional at all. And even just for actual speech, like there's a lot of things I could point out that would easily be critiqued if you're trying to be professional. But I'm not a professional speaker. I don't have to be, right? I could be a lot less literate and not be able to speak at all and still do this. No offense to anyone that streams, like, not to say that anyone is really illiterate, but you could be a lot less well spoken and easily stream and have the exact same effect. Wouldn't really matter. Sometimes it actually is a disadvantage too, because more people can relate to more simple speak, right? And sometimes when I explain things, I don't do that, so. Cool. That's cool. Nataro, yeah, it's just something I've always had interest in, man. I've always done just random. I've always liked to watch cartoons and like wanted to do voice acting and stuff. So, if you ever see Dork Souls, Seasoning Ash, Sekirot, or the Final Fantasy parody that Shesman made, I'm in those ones. There's so many guides now for everything. You don't think people struggle that hard anymore? I don't think they do either, but to kind of set things straight and show an example from someone that is, it's played the games before and then just their opinion, because a lot of people that play the games will still try to defend that the games are super hard. And I think mainstream difficult is the best definition, but I want to break down what that means and show different levels of that, comparisons, and then try to like kind of dispel some comments that I've gotten. Any reason you're taking this guy on just for the fun? Because he's a boss and I want to see what happens when I beat him. Also, we tried to kill him earlier, but we couldn't. I was too weak. And now we're not. I'm also very curious if this weapon is the better weapon for the fight. Because I staggered him before. I'm not sure if his body can be staggered as well as his head can. Or if I can even reach his head with this. I use a different weapon now. I've been using just mainly the Bloodhound Fang, but sometimes I'll mix it up with different weapons. This stream, what I'm going to do, I'm going to kill him, and then I'm going to upgrade a bunch of other stuff so we can use different things that we acquired last stream. But this weapon's not stronger in the sense of damage. It's just better for stagger. And it has a weapon art where it increases your poise a lot, but then it inflicts a little bit of status effect to you. So you get like poison and different things for like maybe a second or two. But I can still use Golden Vow though. That'll boost the damage. So until that runs out, I think we're pretty good. I also can use this too. Regen the health at the same time. But yeah, I think out of every weapon I've found so far, aesthetically, this is the coolest looking weapon. It's just not necessarily the best in terms of the weapon art and the damage and everything. But, I mean, it is a colossal sword, so I don't think that comes at zero cost, right? There's got to be some sort of cost for it being this big of a weapon. And unfortunately, it can't be buffed. That's the only issue. If it could be, this would be unbelievable. It probably would be the best weapon I have. Zwades, welcome back, dude. I am glad to see you here 2 days in a row. That's awesome. Thank you for making it. I really appreciate that you guys have been enjoying this first playthrough. I know there's still so many people that want to avoid spoilers, so with that being understood, it's nice to know some people have at least completed the game since we started so you can watch. I'm glad you didn't compromise and ruin your playthrough either just for my playthrough, because it wouldn't have been worth it. I always recommend don't do that because you can't really get that back ever. It's a one-time thing. And to me, this is like a movie that I've been waiting for like, you know, years. I don't want spoilers or anything. I don't want to know what's going to happen. You know, some things obviously you can't avoid. Someone's going to mention a name or whatever, but I really want to have secrets that I discover myself. So, and it's cool to know that also we found things that other people are like, oh, I beat the game and I didn't see that. So I think we're doing the playthrough the right way in that regard. But I'm usually pretty stubborn, so this kind of thing, for example, if we got to this previously and I wasn't being smart about it, I would have tried to kill it for like literally days and maybe gotten it, but at the cost of not really being effective. So we've actually come back to things when it's a lot easier, right? And I think that's helped us. Bolivia Scott, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your motes. Welcome. How many characters do you have going at the moment? I just have this character on the save file. I did 2 events. One for Twitch Gaming when the game launched. It was a 2-hour scavenger hunt with 2 teams, one of which I was the captain of, and then we only made it so far. We didn't really make it too far into the game, just a bit past Margit, which I had already seen before from the network test, so it wasn't a spoiler or anything. And then I did another event for Intel, which was a race against Distortion, Elias, and Hob, and I only made it to the farthest point. I had made it in the main story, the Moon Queen, so there was no spoilers in that either. Those are the only other 2 characters since the game came out that I had done, and then before the game came out I tested it for an hour and a half up to Tree Sentinel just to make sure it was running on my computer, and then that I could do the Twitch Gaming event because they needed us to do that. So that's all that I've made so far, and then I deleted those characters. Zoster, what's up? How's it going, man? What was the Intel event final score? My score was 11, and then I was right behind Hob with 16, which I was actually impressed. Like, my score was pretty close to his for him having beaten the game, so that was pretty good. But I think he was trying to do like hitless strats or whatever without having practiced it a lot, so I can imagine how that would go. And then Elias and Distortion did a lot of magic related stuff, I think, which I don't even really fully understand yet. But my prediction was wrong. Distortion actually didn't win. I thought he would. I knew him and Elias would both do really well, but I thought Distortion would win, so I was surprised. I think Ila's final score was 40-something. Oh god. Oh yeah, I didn't use the blessing for this one, damn it. Should probably do that in a second if I have a chance. Can I escape this guy? Don't know if it overwrites the vow at all or not. I could still use the vow again if I want to. What's the AR on this? Let me see. 487, I'm still hitting 600 on him, so I wonder if the damage type of this weapon is pretty effective against the Gargoyle. Because it's probably blunt damage or slash, right? Oh no, it's like a mini guy that's doing like a third of my health right there. Who are you? Get out of here, dude. Oh, he killed me. How come you don't lock on the enemy? It's easier to just try to attack underneath them if I'm not unlocked or locked on, because locking on centers you. And I don't want to be centered sometimes. I want a dead angle. Are there PvP Elden Ring tournaments? I don't know. I have no idea, man. Probably. Took 2 weeks off so you could straight up inject Elden Ring into your eyes nonstop. Can't stop playing, dude. I would literally concentrate it and inject it on an IV drip constantly if I could, but I'd probably turn into a zombie, though. I know some people have been definitely doing that. 100%. I'm glad I took my time with it, because it's still been just as fun as it would be, but I can actually pay attention to everything going on. I'm not like falling asleep playing it, right? I'm actually absorbing a decent amount of it. The game tabbed out again, damn it. That's the 9th time, I think, now. Keeping track of these. I wonder if they're going to fix that. That could be very bad for runs. I'm not sure how that keeps happening. The whole tab out thing. So yeah, we haven't seen a stagger on this yet. Other than with the other weapon, which I believe I hit him in the head with when we were using it. Okay, so let me check if we can use both of these.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
You should be able to stack both effects. Like, there's no reason you shouldn't. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, you can. Okay, like all those things are active now. That's really cool. So stacking both before. Lucaria, that's really cool. The bus has Wi-Fi, dude. When I used to take the bus did not have Wi-Fi at all. Unless it was like a fancy one, maybe. But like, I've never been on one that had Wi-Fi. That's really awesome. But yeah, I hope it works for your sake too. I don't want you having to use your data if you don't have unlimited data. I know some of you guys are crazy and you actually use your data to watch the stream, but even I can't do that personally, so uses quite a bit. How's this greatsword? It's really good if you upgrade it a decent amount. I have it at +5, or no, sorry, +6, which is pretty decent. But the only issue is it can't be buffed with a resin or with any kind of magic. You can only put body effects on the character. I feel like it's hitting this guy pretty hard though for what it's worth, because like the damage I was doing with the other weapon fully buffed was 616. This is hitting 487 before the buff. Let me see what it is now. Yeah, no, sorry, 487 with the buff, I believe. Or maybe it ran out actually. Okay, so we'll say in the 500s, it's a little bit less, and it still does more damage per hit. Just a bit slower. Dude, what the hell was that? Oof.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be
The second one of those, it kind of traps you if you're too close.
Squilla, I'm close to finish the game so I can watch you again without being spoiled, Squillakilla.
Archie buffs all attributes by 5. L2. Okay, okay. So it increases your stats, right? Can stack any effects that aren't listed as the same name. Magic, fire, res, but not fire, non-physical. Okay, I see. It's pretty cool. What level am I now? I think I'm level 80 at the moment. 81, sorry. My bad. I don't think I can stack the weapons ability, though, with these things, can I? Okay, let's just double check and see. So status 560, and then I use this. Oh, okay. Dude, that's sick. I can stack all of them, dude. That's absolutely wild. This is bananas now. Too many buffs, dude. Frost is on the same gargoyle. I got to him earlier, and then I had some trouble, so I just left him because I wasn't hitting a lot of damage. Oh. Okay, didn't fall for that this time. Not gonna get fooled on that one. There's the headshot, I think. Oh, that's the glide, and then the slam. See, I recovered the roll from that early. If I get hit by the glide, I can't get up right away. I have to like delay my standing up. Can I show the underground map? The only part of the underground that I have unlocked is the Siafra Riverwell or riverbank, so I'll show you. It's not too much though. It's just right underneath here. Someone was telling me you can unlock an underground for almost the entire map, and then I've still only found a tiny bit of the map compared to like overall, considering the overworld and the underworld that I'm missing, right? So I'm pretty I don't even know how to explain that. That's pretty crazy, just to try to wrap my head around how much map there is. And then also there's been some places I've gone to that I've teleported to that are off of where we have the map now. Like you can still see them, but they're pretty far away still, and I haven't even figured out how to connect back into those areas yet, like the one where the 4 belfries was with the floating stuff. So I know that's going to be a place we have to go to at some point. What great runes do I have? I can show you right after this. Dude, I just took damage from nothing there. Do you see that? You guys see that? That was super strange. Oh, the weapon art gives me extra HP, so when it runs out, the HP just gets dropped. Okay, I see. So it doesn't last super long then. My bad. I was like, what's going on there? Oh, 874 on the head. There we go. So on that attack, we really have to go for that. Oh, dude, the angle. Weapon art buffs for the same timer as quick string buffs, like 30 seconds to full 2 minutes on normal item or spell buffs. Okay. That's interesting. Heartbender, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to try to do a competition in November or so. So I have to, like, to even be, like, last place, I got to look like I can fit the bill for the theme, right? That's the only goal. I'm just trying to see can I get a place at all? It's super amateur though. It's not even like a serious one, but there's money in it. And it's if you win it, you can get into like bigger competitions. So I'm definitely gonna do it just for the occasion. Because I always said I wanted to do at least one, even if it was super low caliber or whatever, not like that serious. So I'm definitely trying to get ready for that later in the year. Actually doing a show, yeah, it's not like a serious one or anything like that. It's just a lot of people. More of it is a transformation kind of thing for some people. There's some older people that compete in it. There's some younger people. A lot of the competition that is likely to show up, I've already like kind of researched and stuff. They're in insane shape, so I'm not going to be able to be as conditioned as them just by preference. Like I don't want to be, but I do want to at least compete with them for overall like lean mass. So that's the idea. I'm just gonna keep trying to I guess gain weight and then recomp, gain weight, recomp over and over again. So that is the idea. Okay, let me do this again and actually win, maybe. Have you cleared Misbegotten Crucible Knight Duo? Yeah, we killed them. We did the General, and we also did Morgott and Godric the Golden as well in the meantime. Main gaining? I don't really believe in that personally. I mean, I do, but I don't. It doesn't work for me. I need to actually eat in the surplus and then recomp and then continue to do that over and over again. Because you don't want to surplus too long. You do want to go back to an equilibrium at some point for the hormone's sake and everything, depending on how your diet is. And just, general life preferences too, depending on how heavy you want to get. But for me, it's just always been... it's work to just gain weight then recomp over and over again. Not like aggressive cuts or anything, but you just eat back to your maintenance again after doing a bulk that's like a little bit more conservative. And also just intuitively knowing like how hungry you are too, and getting in tune with that is really good. Trying to eat some level of similar things if you're not going to go with full on like aggressive tracking for things. Just paying attention to your composition. But yeah, when I get closer, I'm going to get super nitpicky about things. But my goal is mainly just to look like I fit into the occasion, not really to win or anything. I don't think I will win. I don't think I want to do what it takes to win. It's more of just to do it to say I did it. Because I had that goal since I was younger, to at least try one. But I know I'll fit into the lineup a little bit, just maybe not be competitive. Yeah, it's not too expensive to enter too. Also, I think they have a Halloween themed thing, so I don't know. I might have to get a costume for it too, for one of the parts of the event. Oh, I keep forgetting. Dude, if we didn't forget that, that would have been kind of nice. It's also a really good attack. He's giving me pretty good RNG right now. We'll be honest. That is not bad. I think we can do this. If there's a phase 2, though, I don't know what to expect. Because I've never gotten them far past halfway, so this is uncharted territory here. Don't know what that attack is. Oh, it's the stupid spammy combo. Okay. Let's see. I think when he has the sword moveset, it's just bananas. I don't even know what to say about that. It's really hard to hit this boss's head too. Like the height you need to hit his head, you almost have to be on an object or like really jump in on the landing from that swoop. Like even this one too. It's low enough for a little bit. Very hard to get the angle on it though. Hit the hill, okay. I thought it was going to go through the ground still. That's bullshit. Come on. Oh, again, dude, every single time he does the glide, I'm just like, oh, I punish it. Because it looks like this attack right here. It looks exactly like this attack right here. And now all he gives me is that attack right there. That's kind of nice, though. I cancel. Oh, he can cancel. Okay, this enemy's pretty crazy, I will be honest. This has to go in the top bosses for sure. Even though it's kind of just like overworld. It's not really like a dungeon kind of thing. Things are really, really fast and just kind of scary. I haven't seen that thing where he faked me out though again. I don't know if that was just a glitch now, because I'm starting to think that that might have just been a weird thing that happened. And not actually part of his moveset. Dude, are you serious? He turned as he was doing. The tracking was godly. Dress as a popular streamer for the Halloween competition. I think it's more of superhero themed, so you have to do some sort of superhero. But
Let strength be granted, so the world might
that'd be
mended.
funny though. Just go as somebody that like no one knows
So the
at all.
world might be mended.
It'd be super funny. Sneaky Sneakson, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate that. Oh, I tried to control Alt Smite. I actually did play Smite for a little bit. We were coached by the esports guys. It was pretty fun. Dress as Lobos with the Superman logo on your chest. Man, honestly, Lobos without the Superman logo would be fine. Like, Lobos himself could be... Lobos should just be a godfather, man. Like, we could just go as the godfather Lobos. This attack is not safe going to the left here, apparently. Okay. One more. Greed. I'm trying to hit him with a lot of R2s, but it just doesn't seem like it's even worth it sometimes. Might as well just do like a big wind-up attack on him. Even that doesn't work. I wonder what the crouch attack is on this weapon. I'll try that and see. I feel like it's a thrust of some sort. It is, yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. Oh, dude, stupid thing. That has like no startup on it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this fake out thing. Whatever that was is idle. Silly idle there. Well, they figured out how to make gargoyles very mediocre. Or sorry, going from gargoyles that are very mediocre to gargoyles that are just unbelievable. So they achieved that. The gargoyles are now scary and much more strong than anything that I've seen so far. Literally. So that's pretty cool. And they also look a lot better. Could be very believably statues and not just demon things. There we go. There's that. You have to almost kind of do like a really sloppy roll on that dive in to get the jump attack on that. I think the height of the other weapon was better for it. Like right here, just so hard to reach. Time to buff the flask. I really need to do that, yeah. Really good suggestion there. It's about time. Gotta find more churches. How's it feel being the best Souls player out there, Crow's Eye? I don't think I'm the best Souls player. I think it's a fact that there actually is no such thing. But there are people that are close, though, in my opinion, and I could tell you who that might be if you want to know. I don't think there still is an answer definitively, though, for any of that, and that's just objective. That's not really my opinion. Because you can only, like, if you're going to say something's a best or worse, if we're going to rate something on a metric level, then we have to have statistics, right? But they have to have context or categories. Because if we're going to say generally or overall, every category that exists has to be considered, and I'm by far not the best at this in every category you could be considered. And I'd break it down to, if we're going to be competitive, we can break it into more technical categories, or we could just say everything that you could do on the game, in which even some of you guys would be better than me at as well. And I've talked about this a lot, so I don't think it's actually possible that is true, nor that I don't think it's possible any single person is the best. But if we're going to use a more specific definition of who is encompassing more categorizations, or more diverse, I guess, there is an answer to that, for sure. I don't know how I'd rank them between each other, because still some of them don't compete in the same categories. Or hypothetically, they wouldn't be able to if it was competitive in those categories. But it's a very, very careless statement in some cases, because it doesn't really account for a lot of things. Plus, people saying that don't know every Souls player in a lot of cases. So they actually are missing information when they say that. So if I'm the best to you specifically, like you personally think that, that's okay. But objectively, I'm not, though. And I don't think I can be just because my goals don't align with that. I don't know if anybody's does. I think everyone just does what they like. And that leads you to not be the best overall at everything. But if you enjoy what we're doing, I really appreciate that. That is the most important part. Because without that, that wouldn't, wouldn't make as much sense for sure. Ooh, right in the head again, 760. That hill, that advantage from the hill.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Oh, dude, I thought he was going to transform for a second. I keep forgetting that he can even do that attack. That's kind of rare, actually. Damn. Don't want to be in front of that at all. Okay, I can set up on the hill where I'm ahead of him here. And then if he does that again, maybe get the headshot a little bit easier. Yeah, there we go. Still didn't count, but it was close. I'm surprised this weapon hasn't staggered him yet. Like, I'm actually shocked. That's unfortunate. Oh. Oh, that would have still got me. He dead angled that a little bit. That was pretty crazy. Nice. Got it. That was one of the craziest enemies I've seen in the game so far. Because I came back to that technically 3 times. Like, we went there originally, didn't work. Yesterday, couldn't kill him, came back again today. So that was pretty insane, man. A little scary at the end. Makes you want to try it again. The only recommendation I can make for that is just come back when you're really strong. Because, like, you just don't hit damage on him. Like, I have 487 damage on this weapon, and I think the weapon was pretty good against him, too. And then I buffed it even further. I used the Golden Vow. We were also using a weapon even stronger, buffed to 616 damage per hit for the AR, and it still wasn't enough, and it had bleed. It wasn't enough to like make it super easy, so that was actually pretty challenging. That was one of the hardest things we've done so far, I think. Zero, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Even if you aren't the best, you're still my favorite Souls player, Skulch. I appreciate it. I think if we're gonna make a player the best in every category, or like the person that has the best skill in every category you can think of, Gino is the best player in my opinion. It's still not an accurate statement, but I think if we're gonna try to even do that, someone like Gino would be the best player because he's really good at PvP. He's very good at speedrunning. He's very good at challenge running. He learns everything super quickly, so his meta analysis is just way more refined than most people that exist. And he continues to also do runs that no one's ever done or ever tried, and can still keep up with all the basic runs too that a lot of other people do. So he sets standards. He exceeds the expectations of the average for things that are more popular, and then also still is diverse in all that. So that's the only criteria I could use to generally say someone is the best. Because there's not a single aspect of playing the game he really falls short of. It's just that he doesn't have the time to multiply himself to be like unbelievably invested in every single thing time-wise. That's the only disadvantage there, and that's why I don't think there can be someone mastering the game in every aspect or being the best in that case when we're talking about it competitively, right? But he would be the best player in my opinion, and if we're gonna get down to that. I'm gonna put a bit more strength in, I think. Or you know what? Yeah, let's put a bit more strength in. Why not? Who's Gino? Gino Machino. I'll give him a shout out. Definitely check him out. He's super underrated. He's done stuff that unfortunately didn't get media attention or any kind of like feedback from people that didn't know about him, but he definitely deserves a lot more recognition. One of my favorite streamers, one of the coolest people I know. He's also Canadian too. Apparently he's really good at music, but I haven't heard any of his music yet. I want to see some of that. So you can bug him. Just say, Gino, do a music stream one day or make a video. But I spotted a 12-string guitar in the background. I feel like he shreds a little bit. Moriarty, thank you for the 37 months. Welcome back again, man. Is there anything I missed? Yeah, that was a focus fight. That was pretty good. We ever try a no-hit run for that crazy game? Which game are we talking about? This one? Gina might be the best, but you're my favorite. I appreciate that still. That's awesome. And that's allowed. I think that someone could be your favorite that isn't good at a game at all just because they entertain you. And that's why you don't have to necessarily be good at games to be a streamer. But it really helps if you can be good at games and you can also be entertaining without being good at games simultaneously. That is the most advantageous plan for longevity is be like very skilled but also be very good personality. And all I'm trying to do is be like above average middle ground of both. I don't think I'll exceed at either in like a high level, but I think I can be a good middle ground of both. So that's why I don't actually need to do that. So my goals don't even align with it. But if it does appeal to you in that way, then that's amazing. But I just thought, I like doing things well when it comes to stuff that I enjoy. that are slightly above average, and I also like to give you interaction that's a little bit above average too when I can. So it's never going to be perfect, but it'll be good for a middle ground. It might not be better than one or the other for people that focus on one or the other. Yeah. Will I ever do a Souls electric guitar run? That'd be pretty cool, man. I know Lobos figured out how to do that, so it might be worth trying on this game at some point. That'd be pretty awesome. If there was a comprehensive criteria to define the best someone would have the most points, yeah, there'd be like a point system of some sort. And I think on record, again, Gino would be that person, just based on what he's demonstrated. You have a Kiesel? I don't have a Kiesel, no, but I'd love one, though. It'd be really cool. It'd be cool to try one. I think if I was going to actually invest in a headless guitar, though, I would want to try a Strandberg first. I've always said that. If I could compare Strandberg to a Kiesel, the price gap's insane, but, like, I'd pay double the price of a Kiesel to get a Strandberg, or triple if like, it was a really high-performing instrument and I could justify it just because the longevity of it. But I like the fact that Kiesel kind of took over Carvin, and their process for making the guitars is a little bit more modern than just, you know, factory cutting everything up. Like, they use like a laser process that is very much mimicking like the handcrafted process. So it's not like a loophole, but it's like a little bit of an advantage than just making like standard factory guitars, right? So I like their process of how they make them, and I think the budget that they make them at is insanely good, and people get a really good deal. But Strandberg, I still think, makes some of the coolest headless guitars. If I was going to go for that kind of build on a guitar, but that's just me, though. I don't know. I purchased a lot of inexpensive instruments before, and then some of them are really impressive for the price. But I've noticed that when you get high end ones, like you just end up buying, like, you know, something that lasts forever, and it also you don't need to get like multiple guitars to serve different purposes as much, right? Because there's still even high-end stuff you can get that serves multiple purposes. But I think some of the things I have, I could get rid of half my collection, and then I can still do all the same things. I'm not missing on anything, and a lot of the stuff I have is lower end that I got to get rid of. But yeah, there's only like a couple things I need, and then I don't have to have like 20 guitars. And some people might. What's your plan for today, if you don't mind me asking? I'm trying to see where we can go over here on the map. We found the Seathwater River. So I'm going to go back here and check this out. And then we also wanted to kill the gargoyle. We wanted to kill the dragon over here and the Erdtree avatar. So I'm going to go do that too. We could go back and talk to the Beastman too. It's another thing we could do. Actually forgot about that. Has any boss been a complete wall for you yet? No, I've been waiting for something like that, man. I was told that General Radan would be really hard. I killed him in, I think, like 7 or 8 tries. I can understand why I did, but I'm sure he would be harder if I came to that part of the game earlier and didn't want to give up on it. But yeah, there's never been anything in the game so far that's been like a hard stuck moment where I'm just there for a day. I want to be stuck for like 8 to 16 hours on something, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I don't know if it could happen at this point. So, oh, we have another death route. Nice.
More. I'm not sated. Feed me more. Death.
Bestial sling. What is that?
More feed.
Swiftly flings numerous sharp rock shards. 10 faith. That seems pretty cool. What about the worm at the beginning? That wasn't really hard stuck. I was only on that for a handful of hours, right? I think like maybe collectively 3 or 4, 3.5. Hard stuck is like 8 to 16 hours. 16, like 2 days would be hard stuck in my opinion. Like if you're on something for 2 days to a week straight, just one enemy, that's hard stuck. If you're like an average person that doesn't like challenging things, then yeah, an hour would be too much. Probably you'd get frustrated and you'd be done. You'd be ready to give up maybe. I'm used to things taking, like I could be stuck on something for a month and it'd be fine. That's I'd still do it, but like then I'd start to get a little bit more frustrating to the same effect that someone would after hours. So my tolerance for that's pretty high, but I need to be stuck for like 8 to 16 hours to consider myself stuck. That's That's genuinely the criteria. Like at 3.5 hours is nothing still. It's really not that bad. And we also did it super early with almost no upgrades on the character, which basically is self-explanatory, right? But maybe I misinterpreted what people were saying when they were saying I was going to struggle. Maybe they meant I was going to be on something for an hour. I thought they meant I was going to be like on it for like a day or two. And I've been told by other people too. Like one of my friends was telling me he watched a dude spend like 6 hours on something and he was freaking out about it. And he wanted to see me try it because he thought I would, you know, maybe have a different kind of method for it or whatever. But yeah, like maybe they just went to that part of the game early or whatever. They hadn't played this kind of stuff as much. I'm very curious to see if there is anything we would get stuck on. I want to, so I would love to be wrong, but I'm gonna guess there's nothing that's gonna happen in the game that's like that at this point. Because I was told that Radam was like 5 times harder than the Apostle or something like that, or whatever else we had done at that time, and he was like the same thing pretty much, just different type of difficulty, right? It's pretty much all the same. Like the most difficult thing we've seen, everything else that was difficult was in the same category, just different type of challenge, the same level of difficulty, I'd say.
Drawn from its vessel.
There's one boss, but that's optional. I'm definitely going to try to find it then. Like, I don't mean to say that to be like, oh, like I could destroy everything, no problem, but more so like I want to get destroyed and I'm waiting for it. I've not felt like I've gotten that lesson yet on this. Oh, we could probably change the gear back a bit for this weapon. Ooh, that looks really cool, actually. Formilicize your request, Valley. Radan's overrated. He's easy with a good build. Apparently, there's already a cheese for him, too. V-Swed, when I hosted him yesterday, he was doing a hitless run in the early part of the game. And he was saying there's like a good cheese for him so far, which is pretty impressive. The game has not been out for that long, so I'm very surprised. Just shows how much, like when you have a giant size of community, how that affects strats and everything. Because before, when we were doing DS3 and we were trying to do hitless, it was just a handful of people. It wasn't a lot of people, right? Now it's just like hundreds of people that are probably trying to find stuff. Makes it so much quicker. Code, thank you so much for the Prime sub. If I didn't say thank you for that, by the way. I might have repeated myself, but just in case I didn't say thank you to that. And Zero, thank you again as well. Oh, I want to get this headshot. The stagger. I feel like they should have given this guy a pain train where he just like zooms. Oh, okay, it does that too. That's interesting. No. Man, no stagger still. I'm actually impressed by this. This dragon's sturdy. Must have not been quick enough. Dude. Why? Why you do this? Found dragons easier on horseback. I think that the one in the water was easier on horseback. This one, for whatever reason, is just not as crazy as the other one. It's not even doing the same attacks as the one that was doing the blue flame. This one's a lot easier, just has a lot more HP. It's got more basic moveset, I guess. Maybe because it's on the bridge and it just knows that it couldn't fly as far. I don't know. Like, see all these attacks? Like, it wasn't doing that before. I also could have just gotten lucky, too. It's very possible. I'm starting to get greedy now. There we go. I was waiting for that. GG. There's Grail. Gargoyle, Grail, and Avatar first try back to back, maybe? Can we do it? Oh, he gave me a lot of runes. Oh my god, okay. We can't afford to die to the Avatar then. I gotta get it first try. What's your opinion on blocking in Souls games? I think it's a good strategy if you're into it. Depends on which game though. I think as they made the games newer, blocking doesn't work the same way it used to. It was really easy in the older games, and now it's like your stamina gets depleted so quickly that you lose stability within like one half of a combo or like a full combo from an enemy. So you'll notice in Dark Souls 3, if you try to block a lot of boss attacks, you just can't. Like, it actually makes you not able to do that. There's maybe some rare cases if you have like a really strong great shield and then a ton of stats, a ton of endurance, but at the point you typically get to a harder boss in a regular playthrough without any kind of spoilers, you'd have a really hard time blocking everything. So I think that it's just gotten a bit harder, but it is a good strategy if you are into using shields and doing that. Just you have to know when you can't really block something as well. Okay, wait, I'm gonna try to, because this thing does stagger, I'm gonna use this. Well, I hope that worked. It did not give me the bonus. Okay, well, we're just doing it this way. Why is the damage so low? Wow, okay, what? Oh, one-handed, that's why. Oh man. Should use the blessing on this one too. This is rough. I'm just impressed the stagger's not as good as I thought it would be on this one compared to like the halberd. Halberd must stagger like mad on this. Unless he has a different value for stability or something, I don't know. Like I haven't even knocked him yet. This is crazy. Heavy attack stagger more. I'm only doing R2s with a colossal weapon, so you'd think it would only take like a few attacks, right? Apparently not, though. Like I was using a halberd +4 on one of the other ones, and it would like a couple charge attacks, and it would literally be done. Oh god. Ah, the Scarlet. Are you serious? That sucks. Go back and do that. See if I can just get charge attacks on him, and if it makes a difference. I'm going to test that and see. Can keep the posture damage by using throwing knives and crystal darts. That's actually a good idea. I might try that. Never thought about doing that before.
So the world might be mended.
I didn't know they even do poise damage. Just regular throwing knives do it as well. They stop the enemy's stun from depleting. That's interesting. Call me crazy, but you think the time attacks matter for staggers? The time between attacks? No, it does, 100%. It's just weird that I was able to get it with the halberd a lot easier, because you'd think that this weapon, you wouldn't require as many attacks in total, right? 70% of the HP, still no stagger. Exactly, that's what I'm wondering. Because this is a huge weapon, so you'd think it would be fine. That's fine, I'm okay with that. Keep it coming. Bring it on. I get the vow as well, and I'm just gonna try to just spam bunch of charge attacks. 818. That was stupid. I'm getting greedy now. Dead. No. Oh, dude, that attack... This one's moveset's a little bit different, in my opinion. Like, it has some of the same attacks. Seems a little bit different, though. $779. Like, what is this with the stagger here? Like, it really just is not doing it. There we go. That took a long time, though.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I hope it can be reset instantly, too, as soon as he gets up. Oh, that's a lot of poison, or scarlet. Yeah, I'm gonna use the other weapon. Do I know about hotkey items? I do, yeah. Like the pouch, if you're talking about that. Murdoch, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Jump attacks deal a lot less stagger damage than one might hope. This guy's Giga buff to others. You need to constantly attack to build it up. The stagger drops really fast. That's what I was thinking, because like the other one, like I literally think if I went to any other avatar that we fought so far, in like 2 or 3 charge attacks, it'd be down easily. Even if they're fairly far apart, but that's cool that the throwing knives actually work. That's a good tip. I'm gonna try the other weapon and just get really strong for this one. Let's see. Do the vow, do the Order's Blade, and the blessing. So I'll make sure I don't lose that 90k there. That stuff goes so far. Unreal, man. I hope this avatar gives us a lot. Mob goes from obnoxious to trivial when you figure one thing out about it. I feel like you're 100% right about that, and that the moveset's not really that difficult. It's just majorly like for me it was the magic before, it wasn't the other attacks, but I like to go for big staggers on enemies like this, so I try to get greedy. If you played it very carefully, the moveset's not that hard on this one. He's fairly slow. And they're all relatively the same too, but this one just seems to be really tanky. I was also thinking maybe it has like a couple of different tendencies when it attacks, but I'm probably wrong about that. I'm probably just imagining it. But yeah, like that magic thing right there is what was tricky for me before. Is rolling nerfed in this game? Rolling's pretty good in this game. I think it's relatively the same effectiveness as the other games, but it's a bit quicker though. Like the actual animation for every single equip load. The game itself is just faster paced by a slight bit, but rolling itself, the animation's faster. So mid-roll feels kind of like the quick roll originally, just the distance is the same roughly as you'd expect it to be. And then when you're quick, it's like really quick. I tried it once. I try it for the rest of this fight, but I'm afraid that he's going to kill me in one hit or something like that. Ooh, that was good. Anime spacing. Ooh, not even dead. I'll kill you before the magic. Oh wait, actually he's doing that. Never mind. Oh, he's gonna. He heard me. He wanted the magic again. He's like, "Yep, go for it. Try to."
Happy to see you're enjoying
I'll kill you. All right, we got the retreat avatar. That thing killed me within a second the first time I saw it, so we came back. That was a lot of time ago. That was probably like 20 hours
Let
ago on the
strength be
playthrough.
granted so the world might be mended.
180k now. Opaline hard
So
tier.
the world might be
Stone
mended.
barb crack tier as well. What do those do?
Hooray for the streamer.
So we've already been through these areas. Let me actually just travel right here and see what those do. Can you say something about the rod attack? Yeah, go for it if you want to. Try extra. Thank you for the brand new, or not the brand new, the 12-month resub. I hope you enjoy your brand new badge. I appreciate it. My shirt actually has the 1-year sub badge on it. It's just like a more realistic version of it, but that's pretty cool, dude. This is like the original merch that I made. I hope you enjoy the best badge there is, man. Enjoy the shades. And thank you for the 1 year, dude. It's a semicircle in front of it. You just dodge roll around it and it won't hit you. Oh, okay, so you can like kind of be inside of where the circle is what you're saying? Or if you rotate around it, there's like a spot to kind of evade it. Fast roll in this game goes so far that it makes it harder to punish enemies. Yeah, I've noticed it does go pretty far. That's kind of the same distance as Dark Souls 3, right? Maybe a little bit longer. But yeah, the actual like timing of the animation is quicker, 100%. Like you can like press it, buffer another one, and it comes out almost immediately. It's like it doesn't have, you have to wait. Okay, let's let's check and see what those tiers did for the Physic Flask. And then I got to progress through some more stuff, so I need to figure out where we're going. We have to go where the star had fallen in Caelid, apparently, after we killed Star Scourge Rodan. They were saying south of where the star fell or something like that. I'm assuming the star fell somewhere in here, so I'm going to try to go from here backwards and see if that's the case. Or just search this area a little bit better, because I have a huge feeling there's something over here we got to find still. And then we have this area right here we can't get to yet. Grand Lift of Rold, where Melina gave us the medallion for it. We also have all this stuff over here too, to the left. So I'm going to check that as well. We're going to be basically focusing on those 3 areas to get the gargoyle stuff. I have the Gargoyle Halberd, or the axe from before, and then there's another gargoyle that I got the halberd for, and then I got the black one from the most recent one. It has holy damage. It looks pretty damn good. I might actually try it out, just because the modifier on it's pretty heavy for holy damage, and that's what our build is based on, strength and faith. So yeah, I'm gonna actually have to go back and upgrade some things too, but we're gonna check and see what those tiers did, and then we'll go back to the round table. Flasks, where is it? Physic. Okay, so temporarily boosts all damage negation in Physic. That's sick. Makes attack more likely to break enemy stance in mixed Physic. That is really cool too. I like both of those already. Those are my favorite. Enhances charge attacks for time. Dude, that and that together would be really good for stagger. So you just make a stagger potion. Significantly negates damage in mixed Physic. Opaline, dude, that's amazing. Okay, these are insane. I gotta change these up. I still want my FP to be regen, but I think I'm gonna actually just get a blue flask.
Do you find DR easier, harder,
Switch
similar
out for a
in
blue
difficulty
flask.
compared to previous Souls likes?
The boosting all damage negation is pretty cool, but I'm actually just gonna go for the stagger one because I like staggering enemies. We'll see how good it is. And then next we'll try mixing the physical damage negation with all damage negation and negates damage. Like those two together will probably be pretty strong, so we can just be like super defensive or super staggery. That's awesome, man. I like that. Level up a little bit too. Let's put in more HP maybe. I don't know. HP seems pretty good so far though. I'm gonna scale faith a bit more and then do more strength. Stagger build, yeah. I'm like, as you probably have seen from when I started playing this, I just went for all the big charge attacks on the halberd because I love just knocking enemies over. It's my favorite part of the game because they made it so much more reliable in this game and much more necessary for a lot of the harder enemies. If you want an advantage, it's either you do you just get good at parrying if you can parry, or you do that, and I like that even more than parrying, I think. Do I find Elden Ring easier, harder, or similar in difficulty compared to previous Souls-likes? Nataro, I find it exactly the same as the difficulty of something like Dark Souls 3, but the complexity is greater, but then your tools you can use are also improved. So think of it as like Sekiro is just as hard as the other games too, but it's a harder game by design if you don't understand it, right? Once you understand it, it kind of teaches you how to play it well, and then you can get better at it. This doesn't necessarily teach you how to play it well because you have so much freedom. So you can handicap the game by playing with another player. You can summon spirits. You can find magic that's super cheesy. So you can greatly skew the experience quite a bit. But if you do use a lot of the mechanical systems it gives you, even just melee-wise, the game is about the same. The only case you find it more difficult is if you're not utilizing all the things to your potential. And then if you utilize some things, it could be considered even easier. Because I'm sure magic can be super broken too, right? A lot of people are saying that. I haven't beaten the game yet, though, so that's my current stance on it. I think it's roughly the same difficulty overall, if you consider all those things, because there is much more complex design for things, but you can handle it better than you could if you were in the mechanics or the engine of the other games.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
This NPC still doesn't say anything to me. I'm gonna talk to Gideon again because we've gotten some more great runes. Someone was asking how many we had earlier, so I'm gonna show you. We should have done that earlier. So we got Godric's Great Rune, Rune of the Unborn, Rodan's Great Rune, and Morgoth's Great Rune. Fancy, thank you so much for converting your Prime sub to a regular one as well. I appreciate that. Welcome for another month ahead of time. Also, Purple, I'm doing pretty good, man. We're trying to see how much further we can get in this today.
Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold, beyond the Forbidden Region. Or go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The Two Fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago. If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold. Or go if you would. The Two Fingers. There are 4 more demigods yet to be located. Mikola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed, his twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman.
Mikola is a man in this? I thought Mikola was a woman. I thought they were both women. So Melania is a woman, Mikola is the man. Okay.
As the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her.
Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm gonna skip that and reread that again because I was talking. One more.
There are 4 more. Mikola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed, his twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman, Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renala, and the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune, so here at the Hold, we seek the way. If you should learn anything, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together.
All right. Cool, man. The name Michael is a woman's name originally. Is it based on the name Michael traditionally? Trying to connect to the Discord, but that didn't help. You're connected, but you don't see it. Fancy, send me a message, a whisper message just saying you need a link for it, and I'll send you a link right after the stream, okay? Just say Discord request or Discord link, and I'll send it to you. Just make sure you use it within 7 days. Mikaela's the hardest, so you need to find her. Him, you mean? Mikaela's not a boss fight for now. Okay, so let's try to see what we can upgrade with the blacksmith, because the Gargoyle Halberd might actually be a good weapon. This one doesn't have any scaling with magic. This one does, which is really cool, because that means they've taken the exact same weapon but made it more effective for different characters here. Quite a lot too, and it's got good reach. I've already tried the moveset of the other one a little bit. So if I could use this, and also if this can be buffed, that would be wild.
Well,
But I might as well use the extra resources we have if we can buff it. So Sombering Smithing Stone 1, 2, we need a 3. 3 I can buy from the giant. So I'll go back and do that. Well, actually, while we're here too, what else can we? We need more of the basic stones for my my seal that I have. And then the bow we are gonna upgrade to, which we need some sombering stones for too. So I know how to get the basic smithing stones, and then we have a lot of the other ones, I think, but I'm not sure if we have the smithing stone 2. I think we have smithing stone 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. So okay, first I'm gonna go and buy some from the giant. I think he was over here. The 4 belfries, then backwards. Oh, no. He was the next one. He was right before the manor. My bad. Is there no way to make a frost bleed weapon? Well, if you put frost as a buff on a weapon that had bleed on it already, they would both work as far as I know. Because every single thing that I've seen so far with the weapon I have, bleed-wise, it still activates bleed while you're doing other types of damage, whether it's fire, magic, or whatever. So, for example, I would use this weapon here, the Bloodhound Fang, and it would have like a holy buff on it, and then it would still bleed enemies at the same time. At least I think, unless I'm just imagining that it's doing both, but I'm pretty sure it does both.
You've defeated General Radahn, unlocking the stars. The general was blighted by scarlet rot and driven to madness. But not long ago, he was hailed as the mightiest demigod of them all. There is no parallel to your achievement, nor to Lady Rani's acute judgment of character. Thanks to you, Lady Rani's fate once again stirs, and the path to Nokron has opened. Descend underground, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
About Jaren.
Jaren. Now that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Before taking up the banner of General Radahn, he was a guest of the Carian royal family. An expert swordsman, to be sure. But ever the eccentric. It's funny how things happen. Jaren and I parted ways long, long ago. Yet here he is, playing his part in Lady Rani's fate. I'm afraid I never saw it coming. And I thought myself a capable war counselor.
We have 4 of the 3 stone, or sorry, 4 of the sombering smithing stone 4s. That's pretty cool. Do I have the crest as well? Oh, no, I don't think I bought it off him. It says he has 0 left anyways. No, I did buy it off of him. Must have. And then I can get the 1 stone for the bow to get that upgraded, or started to get that upgraded. And then he actually does reinforce stuff too. Just need to get more of the runes.
And
we have the 5 as well. Dude, Gargoyle Halberd about to be slapping. About to be pretty strong here. Maybe. We'll see. New montage clips edited into your final. Oh yeah, I'm going to be doing some no-scope headshots for sure. Getting some phase clips for my tryouts. Yeah, we can't get it to +6, but this might still be really good. Let's see what it does right now. So status, 566 damage, dude. Without a buff. Can it be buffed? I don't think it can be. Oh, wait. No, it can't be buffed. Okay, that would make sense. I was going to say that's too strong. There's no way. There's just no way. That's pretty nuts, man. And then what weapon art do we get? I guess you can't use Ashes of War on it. You just get that spin attack. Do I have to hold this? Oh, there we go. You press it twice. L2 twice. Okay. Man, that's pretty decent. We're probably going to be rolling with this for a bit. Oh, the game tabbed out again. Awesome. That's the 10th time it's happened. Computer, please. You know how to get the Sword of Night and Flame? I've been asked that probably 4 times now, and I have no idea. I have never heard of it before. I'm sorry. I'll let you know if I find it, though. I'll definitely, I'll let you know for sure. That's so cool, dude. That's a lot of damage. C strength scaling too. And then eventually, I guess we level it more. Maybe C face scaling. I don't know. That's pretty damn good. That's the best weapon we have so far, I think. And halberds are really damn good in this. Got a thrust move set here. Crouch attack is a slash. Jump attack. R1 overhead. R2 is like a slash. Got the charge move set from like the old halberd that we started with, which is pretty cool. It looks really nice too. I'm happy with that. And then we don't have to worry about buffing it because it just can't be, so I'm not going to even worry at all. The weight of it is 12 pounds. It's pretty heavy. This one is 21 though, so it's still not too bad. I can probably still use this armor with it. Nice. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to use this weapon. And then, wait, I'll get the bow upgraded a little bit too while we're here, so I don't forget. The bow +2. And then we're going to also do, because this is going to be like a PvP build that I use, so I'm going to be using all this stuff in PvP anyways. This guy's got a lot of weapons now, so we can just do a lot of, we can basically use everything, and I can respec to do whatever I want whenever. We're going to also get more of the basic smithing stones for the seal that I have really quickly, and then I'm going to go and see if we can progress the game a bit. So there was a place over in here, I think it's this tunnel right here. I don't know if it respawns, but they have a lot of basic smithing stones still. How tough was Renala? Renala was fairly easy. I mean, I wouldn't say, I'd say she's like in the medium, like if I had to make a tier list so far for the game, she'd be in the beginning of the medium tier. Or like the high end of like the easier stuff. What's my vigor? I think it's 37. No, sorry, 35. My bad. Did I beat Radahn using your horse or with summons or by yourself? I used my horse sometimes in the fight, and I did it solo. Radahn wasn't too hard though. I think that you just have to be leveled decently for him. I think he only took 7 tries. He was like one of the quickest fights we did. But he also gets a lot of, he gets talked up a lot. A lot of people like talk him up because they go to him super early and then they don't realize that you could just play other stuff and go back, I guess. I didn't even find him until this point, so I was already ready for it, coincidentally. It just happened to work out that way, but I could see why some people might be like, well, that's difficult. Like, I didn't get to see, obviously, all of his attacks or, you know, suffer as much from, like, the damage that I was doing being low or anything. So I'm sure he is much harder than like what it seemed to be for me. On a run like SL1, he's gonna be probably pretty difficult. But someone was saying there's already a cheese for him, so very curious to see what that's like. We've got 3 of the stones already. I think these ones respawn, right? If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure if you go through here over and over again, the little deposits on the wall respawns, so you can keep farming it. Who do you put in the easy tier? Easy tier. Probably a lot of like the Everjail fights, like the Bloodhound Fang would be in the easier tier. What else? I mean, like the giant that was in like this area would be the easy. I mean, out of the main story, I don't think any boss would be in the easy tier from the main story so far. Maybe that dog. That's from the perspective of a first playthrough, though, like a casual playthrough. The stones don't respawn. Okay, so I've never actually like harvested these ones. That's good then. I think we're about to get 6 right now. Probably need 1 more. Yeah, 1 more. Nice. Just want to make sure my seal's upgraded a bit more than it was before. And then was there like a halfway point in the lift somewhere over here? There we go. I know if I kill these guys enough, they're going to drop more stones, but... Oh, okay, there's 1 more right here. Nice. Perfect. 1 for the road. Drop 1. You won't. I bet you won't. Oh, there's another one right here, too. I might as well grab it. Nice. And we're just going to get out of here. I don't think we did the boss here yet, did we? Oh, no, we did. Sorry, yeah, we did. We beat him. So we will go and get that upgraded really quick. And then... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing next. We're going to have to try to find where the star fell, apparently. Which seal do I use? I think it's... Is it claw something? Claw mark? Yeah, there we go. Claw mark, seal +2. It's pretty bad. I probably could meet requirements for the better one now. Oh no, I need intelligence for that one. Never mind. So I don't have any that I actually meet requirements for other than the claw mark.
Greeting.
But I mean, it's pretty decent just for a first playthrough, I guess. We got +5 now. Not too bad. It's gonna increase the effectiveness of our incantations quite a bit. Okay, let's go back over here. What's this weapon? The Gargoyle Halberd. I think that was probably the most satisfying boss fight that was in the overworld, not like in a fog gate or anything, because it actually gave me an item I can use specifically for this character without even realizing it was actually going to have the scaling that I wanted. And it's so much better than the other one too. So you actually get rewarded for killing multiple gargoyles, not just like you get the same things over and over again. There is a difference to it. I wonder if you can change the weapon art for it with Ashes of War. Consumable only run for Elden Ring eventually. I would try that. I think that'd be funny to do. I feel like because there's so many other things you can do to support the character in this, it would be more fun to try stupid stuff in the game because there's a lot more ways I can imagine it being done. Do a flip spook. I could do a double jump. Oh wait, I can do a flip. What am I talking about? I literally can do a flip. What am I, dude? I will do a flip for you. Just wait for it. Here you go. Now you can't ask me that anymore. I just did the flip. Any excuse to make use of the sleep pots? Oh yeah, I haven't even actually used those yet. True. Been waiting for so many years. I did the flip though in Dark Souls 1 with the Dark Wood Grain Ring. That should count, in my opinion. This game has so many things to try, it's amazing. Yeah, and they're all pretty high quality too. It's not like you feel like there's redundancies with the variety. It's actually, there is legitimate variety in this, like quality variety. I feel like it's no less fun to try something that's not as effective just because the stats are worse. It's just, it could have a cooler moveset or another advantage to it. But we just need to find more materials to upgrade stuff so it's keeping up with the point of the game we're at now, right? It's like Dark Souls with Monster Hunter combined. I mean, there's elements, I would say, of a game like Monster Hunter where you find bosses that are in the open and they're not in a dungeon. That is very similar. I don't think the mechanics are similar to Monster Hunter. Having played a bit of World, but it's definitely an open world game now, so I think the genre can overlap a bit. You can put some bosses to sleep. That's amazing, man. I'm gonna try that. What does holy mean in the weapon stats? It scales with faith. So if you see faith below or above arcane. That's the stat that it would scale with. It's like miracle damage. Last main boss that I fought, I killed Redan. So I'm looking for how we progress past that point. The whole thing where like Gideon was saying that like we were supposed to go to that area with the medallion, that might be the next part of progression. I might not be able to do anything here. I already looked across this before, so there's nothing I see over here. So I'm going to go back over to this place and keep exploring over here. Keep going? Oh, okay. I have gone back there twice, so I guess, okay. I will take the left just before. Was there actually something right there? Okay, I'll go back over there. Missed it. Where the meteor hit. Well, do you mean like the meteor, like him in the fight, or like there's another meteor? Because like if we're facing this way, we've already been to that area over there, so it's underneath this area. Beating Redan underleveled was the most fun you've ever had in a Souls game. Congratulations, dude. Just seeing how crazy the fight could be, or trying to imagine in my head, versus what I had happen. That seems like it'd be pretty impressive. Especially if you're not into challenge runs or doing like super challenging things. You just want to play casually. Excuse me, casually. That definitely is not a casual boss. 100%. EG mentioned something in Limgrave. I'm having a really hard time keeping track of every single piece of information we've found. Also, I think because I'm streaming it too, and it's like I want to keep moving through the game so you guys are not getting bored that I'm just sitting there like trying to store it all. But yeah, I remembered probably 75% of all the information we've absorbed so far. And for me, that's pretty good.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Oh, is there actually a door right here? Oh, dude, that's like so hard to see. Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Shadow of the Colossus vibes. Running on a horse for 10 years straight and then you find a door. CB, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome. Blade said the meteor hit in Limgrave. Okay. I appreciate that upload to YouTube. Your voice is really nice. Helps you sleep. No offense. Oh, no. Hey, you don't have to say. I'm not going to take offense to that. I'd rather you watch the video and not be disturbed if you're watching it before bed than what you're saying. It's like the one advantage of not having the hype content, right? Hype content you watch in the day, chill stuff you can actually not be woken up while you're listening to. So I just appreciate you watching it regardless, though. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Just want to say thank you to everyone again for watching the YouTube. We hit a record. We hit 1 million hours in 28 days recently, which is just a wild number. Like I remember hitting 500,000 hours, and I was like, that's just funny because, like, watch time wise, that's not really like common for any channel in general. We might actually be in like the top of all time for a 28-day time frame watch time wise. Probably not number one, but we're probably in like a top percentage overall. Like I would say top 1% or less for that, because that's just a weird amount of time in 28 days, right? So lifetime hours would be, I don't even know. I'd want to know if it's 1 million, if we could keep it at 1 million average for a year straight. 12 million a year times like the next, I don't even know. Like we could get into like maybe one day 100 million hours or something, but that's just wild though. So I thought that was pretty cool. So thanks for helping me. I wanted to reach that goal pretty badly too. I was wondering, can I ever see 1 million for the hours in 28 days? Found a place for soul farming. Are these guys just giving me souls by killing each other? Oh my god. Okay, so we just chill here. Do we know any of these guys? The one looks kind of like me, actually. Same helmet. It's like the Kaku Knight. There's an underground area that opened up after Redan fight. Want to see what's going on over here before we even worry about that. Oh, I'm gonna die. Collapsing stars. That's the same magic that I think he was using, right? We got the general magic. It's more to follow the theme of the festival battle that's constantly going on. Okay. I see. I definitely, the next time I play the game, I will summon people for that fight. If it's a casual playthrough, at least, if I do New Game Plus on this character or something, at some point, I gotta try it. At some point in time, we have to see what that's like. But I wanted to have the challenge, and it wasn't honestly that big of a challenge anyways, so I'm glad I didn't summon for it. Would have been like a first try, probably. I wonder if we're gonna see Alexander again in the playthrough, though. Dude, this guy's too fast. Oh my god. I'm getting a lot of runes by being in here. Okay, this is definitely a farm. Because I remember my friend was telling me, because he watches like videos of this on Facebook, he was saying that so many people are posting farming videos, and he was saying he saw one for like 1 million farming or whatever. He didn't tell me how to do it. He didn't even like watch it. He just saw the title. And I wonder if this is it. Like you just chill here and you get like a certain amount per hour or something, because we literally have collected so much. When you drop in your country music album, that's hilarious, man. Big green tractor, and there's a snake in my boots. There's way better farming spots, really. This one's like AFK though, isn't it? Like that's kind of funny. You could just chill. Like, is it infinite? Like if I just like left the game on and I just sat in here, I could literally get infinite runes. 5 mil on the spot. That's ridiculous. It's infinite. That's crazy. If you don't like Scarlet Rot, there's an area later on that wants to talk to you. Well, I have this though. That's really good. Like my build actually has I have resistance protection built into the castings, immediate just like nullification of every status effect. I got the HP regeneration stacking on top of, you know, like the health regen that I already can get. And then I got the buffs, and I got the vow as well, and some weapons that also increase attributes. So I think that like this build's just really good for like increasing every single thing you can think of and healing immediately, without even like me knowing like all the good stuff in the game yet, right? So I got pretty lucky with what I found just by exploring. Really glad I found the vow, because the vow is a better version of the halberd, so I don't have to keep going in the menu and then feel like I need to get the advantage of the golden halberd. I'd say it's a bit better than that, and then we just got upgraded the seal, so it should be overall a lot stronger. Keep forgetting though, I need to get the cerulean flask back, because I don't have the FP flask in the physic, or the FP effect in my physic flask. I only have the stagger now. I can only use it once. Oh my god. Rip. That's bad. You love Flame Cleanse Me. Flame Cleanse Me is really good. That's probably one of the best things I've got in the game. I think I bought that from the round table. Does Flame Cleanse fix death? It's not like Tears of Denial or anything. It's basically think of just something that cures every status effect. Think of it as like a human popping a humanity without the health kind of effect. Like it just cures all status effects. They're very good for that. Yeah, they're really strong. I wonder what's down here. Oh, is it a boss? Locked by a contraption. Silly player, you thought you could just run to the boss fog gate right away? You must find some lever that I hid inside a maze of doom. I am Miyazaki. I make games complicated for no reason. But you can just chill and farm here to 1,000,000 souls if you want to be a scrub. Gargoyle Halberd better than Golden Halberd? I don't know. I haven't upgraded the Golden Halberd a lot. Golden Halberd has a better weapon art for sure. This is just, I guess, nicer in terms of that it has an actual attack to the weapon art, so you could just stack another type of miracle on top of. I don't think I can stack the Halberd and Golden Bow. I think it's the same thing. It overwrites itself, right? I tried to, and it canceled the one out. So because I can't stack them, if I could stack them, Golden Halberd would be better probably, just for the damage and all that. Did we turn from here? Where did we go? Did we fall? Voice is how you imagine the people who designed Darkest Dungeon to be. That's so funny, man. I remember, I don't know if you guys are a fan of Ezekiel, but I remember watching him do Darkest Dungeon, and he when he smashed the keyboard, apparently the people that made the game loved that so much they play it at the office and stuff like that, just to remind themselves of how good the game is. But that was the coolest thing I've ever seen in Darkest Dungeon, where he literally just got so pissed off he just smashed the key. I think he like broke it in half or something. He just destroyed it. And I'd never seen him get that angry before. I watched him play Bashi. I've watched him play a bunch of crazy games. And he just like was like, I'm done. When did you last rage at a game? Probably when I last speedran. I mean, I rage pretty often. My rage is a little bit different though. I don't actually like break things as much because I don't want to spend money on it again. It's kind of important to not do that for me, but I kind of just quit. I just walk away. Just get really mad for a long time. So last time I did that was speedrunning, I think.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
I think we're supposed to go a different way from here, aren't we? Wait.
So the world might be mended.
I'm legit at lost on this. Darrow, thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it, man. Oh no, it's over there. My bad. I'm silly. Could also just follow where the thing is too. Yeah, I think speedrunning world record for SL1 was the last time I really got very pissed off. But I was also just not really good at speedrunning, to be honest. It was a struggle bus world record. It wasn't a real one, in my opinion. I mean, it counts, but it wasn't graceful though. This time it's only grace. Because it's just a video game. It's not real. The goal can be real, but that's just the experience though. The actual game's not real. So it's not worth getting that mad about. Should prioritize the experience more. And also for speedrunning too, a lot of the losses are actually the successes. Like you don't actually win because you play good once. It's because you've failed like 90 million times. It's the only reason you win. You get a record anyways. It's all built off of the failures. So you should be appreciating the process a lot. But I failed to realize that, and I got like super, I don't even know, like I think the ego was bigger than the actual like purpose of playing it, and then also just took it extremely personally, as if the game was actually like trolling me or something. Which a lot of people do speedrunning. I don't blame them because it's like a psychological, test of your tolerance for difficulty and just like how far you want to push your skill level in the game and everything. And some of the stuff is the nature of it's really frustrating. It's a lot different than playing casually, because every single thing you do matters, every second matters. So if you're screwing up even for a second on something simple, you beat yourself up sometimes, and it's for no reason. So I'm looking forward to chill speedruns on this. There's no lever in this room, damn it. Oh man, more of the little gargoyle dudes. That's not good. No thanks. Yeah, I was gonna try the window last. I wasn't sure if that's just something we enter from another part, but I keep forgetting you can just jump through things in this. It's still kind of funny. Especially like handrails and stuff, like that thing where I got up on the tree to get that item from an angle I wasn't supposed to in the capital. Like that was just me being curious, and it kind of persuaded me to do it. But like sometimes even when I see a handrail and I see buildings below, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot you could just literally go there if you want to. It's not the background. I think this is the beginning again, so you don't go there. I have to go above where the statue is, I think. How do I get back though? Oh no, they do a lot of bleed still. Dude, what the hell? Do you have a light source? I do. And I thought about that for a second, and then I started getting my ass kicked, and I forgot about the lantern again. So I should have just activated that. I think anytime you go underground in this game, it might be a good idea, even if you don't need it, to just activate that ahead of time. So that's very smart of you. Should just make that the procedure. I think the lever's on that area when you jump out the window. You have to go around again. They just want you to fall down here and feel like you just failed. And they're like, a broken staircase. They're just like laughing because they're like, the people that made Dark Souls 2 designed all the mini dungeons because they piss people off so much in Dark Souls 2 that we let them design this part of the game. I hope you hate it. Extra enemies and more poison than before. Also bows that shoot arrows that kill you in one hit. That's literally the vibe here. Oh, dude, that's definitely not the right way. Jumped out the other window. You can put the lantern in the pouch slot so you don't have a button to activate it. That's true. I probably should put the lantern in the pouch. I was saying every key item that we don't use super frequently, but stuff like the horse or the big grace item that lets us go back to the checkpoint at the cost of all the runes. Like those are the two things I have right now on the thing. I should put the lantern on there too. That'd be a really smart one. I didn't think about that. There's just quicker items I don't want to confuse by having it on my menu where I could just have a theme to it. So like the flasks and like the spirits and everything, have them on here. But yeah, I'll move that one. Do it on the left side of this. There we go. So we just go like that. To see me almost mad. No, I'm not mad at all. I'm just making jokes about like how they designed this area. Just saying the people that made the B team, Tanamura made this area, not Miyazaki. It's too crowded and too chaotic for Miyazaki design. No, I honestly haven't been mad playing this game at all. It's just been really enjoyable. It's been the best playthrough. What? Oh, I have to go through one more window. I might be constipated. That might be the only thing you see. Might lose a half year of lifespan being constipated. That is the only possibility. Almost spit out your drink. Oh no. The flame cleanse me thing is actually pretty easy to use. Doesn't consume a lot of FP. That's a really good thing to point out too. It really doesn't use a lot of magic. Should pick up girls with that voice. 100% hit rate. You think so?
Let me show you my Gargoyle Halberd. It's upgraded to +6. It's so good. I have a weaponer that's customized with Ashes of War. It's 10 times more powerful than my Blue Eyes White Dragon.
All right, let's go to the window that's the right one this time. Too cringy. They probably would work, to be honest. I bet you like, you can get somebody. Just find the right person. Emotional damage. Oh man, that's a funny one. Has anyone heard the emotional damage song, or it's just the guy that's sampled over and over again from the meme? It's like emotional damage, emotional damage. Nothing's more powerful than Blue Eyes White Dragon. My grandpa's deck has no bad cards. Some of the lines from that show are actually so funny even now. Like I even thought they were funny when I was a kid, but apparently they edited out a lot of stuff in the show. There was like guns and stuff like that and like torture in the original show, which is definitely not for kids. There was the one part where the dude's like chained to like an arena that gets set on fire and they try to kill him, but I mean they still kept that in. But there's some scary stuff in there. Like there's like people just carrying like 9mm randomly in the Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh. And then I guess the whole thing with like the hunters that have like the crazy like Shadow Realm stuff, like that actually is pretty dark too, but they had to tone so many things down. Some interesting articles and videos about that. You didn't get the ashes to summon Exodia. If you could summon Exodia in this game, then that would be like the equivalent of Game Shark, man. We wouldn't be able to feel good about the playthrough. I'd have to start the game again. Least favorite common enemy? I want to say the birds that have the swords on their feet, or the bats, when there's a lot of bats at once. Birds and the bats are pretty bad. The bats suck. It's just because they hit you so frequently that you have no chance to use any item or do anything. You can only move by being hit into another direction. You can't attack them. There's just no action you can do that has enough time. I don't even think there's a quick enough weapon. Even your fist probably isn't quick enough. All it depends on is how many bats there are. If there's like only a few, you might be lucky. But if there's like 4 or 5, just try to push a button other than just moving while getting beaten to like the side. That's the idea. And I don't think there's ever been anything like that. Even dogs, even if you're fighting like 3 dogs at once, it was never that bad. You'd have to be like straight up cornered for that. I don't get why these guys want to fight in here with me. They're already having a battle, see? There's the lever, though. We're good. I want to see what boss is under here. And then I'm definitely travel. Okay, maybe I can't travel back. Maybe I'm just going to die. Maybe we'll just do that. Okay, I'm going to travel back over here. Just playing COD Zombies right now. I feel like they're playing a game that I'm an enemy in, and I'm just unlucky enough to have stumbled across them. Favorite boss fight so far? I think Morgott is my favorite overall so far. Morgott was really cool, man. Morgott reminded me of the first time I played the Bloodborne DLC and I fought Ludwig. Or even Maria or like Orphan or something like that. It was just so cool. It was like the quality of one of those enemies. But they still even reused the character that was kind of, I guess, in like present time or more present time after he had been like successed or defeated or whatever, obviously. So I like to see like when they do an enemy like Gundyr and Champion Gundyr, it's kind of like that. So I really enjoyed that they made him even more capable, despite the fact he was already a good boss in the beginning of the game, right? So it's really hard, I feel, to do copies of things or like reintroduce the same character in a very similar way, but then make it completely different as well for the way that the fight goes. It's very, very hard to do that because they could just reskin everything and make it the same, make it look a bit different. They didn't really go with making him look very different, but they made him have a lot more utility. And they only repeated maybe a few different attacks, but they made the fight like very, very different. Even more so than they did with Gundyr in Dark Souls 3. So that was super cool. Having a meaningful reintroduction is cool. Yeah, it's hard to do because they could easily just take a shortcut on it, but they made it completely different. I don't even know what stat to level now. This weapon's not scaling too much. I guess we'll just put more in faith again. Let's do that. Add more flying enemies to piss people off. That's never a bad idea if you want to make something just very frustrating. I saw this clip. It was like recommended to me on. It was like a YouTube thumbnail that said "Dr. Disrespect quit the game" or something like that when he was playing it. I was gonna watch it, but I didn't want any spoilers at the time. I wasn't sure how far he got. It looked like he was still in the beginning area in the picture. Why are you not leveling up endurance? My endurance is pretty good so far. I never have a problem with it. Okay, we're gonna go to wherever that door was. Keep forgetting. It was underneath here, right? Or straight ahead. One of the two? No. It was down. Yeah, it was right here. There we go. What's my bigger level? 35 at the moment. But yeah, endurance in this game, honestly, is super, super flexible. So I never feel like I run out of it at all. At least if I'm playing accurately. Oh man, what? Putrid Tree Spirit. Oh, I got grabbed, damn it. Don't die. Don't die. Ah, I wanted to first try it. That's pretty cool that they put 2 tree spirits. One does the Scarlet Rot damage, nice. So I've already killed the ulcerated tree spirit, which is the same enemy pretty much. So this shouldn't take too long. I'm gonna buff before we go in there though. Loop, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Your PS5 is here today and you're so excited. You have to wait until after work to set it up though, rolling. Dude, congratulations, man. That is super exciting. I would say personally, just from my experience of having a gaming PC and having a PS5, the PS5 is more exciting than a PC. It is such a good deal for the price. Like, it's unbelievably good hardware. It's the only time I've ever been alive since like maybe the PS2 where they made a console where the price that they sell it at and the power that it actually has, the technology is actually worth it. And they obviously take a loss on a lot of the consoles, but they make money on the games, right? So it's a really good deal if you can find one, if you can pay like the normal price. I would say it might be the most exciting moment in like game consoles so far, just because it's so competitive with how they've made it keep up with PCs at this point. Like my PS5 can run this game better than my PC can run it, if that makes sense. It's actually it's weird because the PC is like 3 times the price. So and usually that's not the case, but they made it work. They pulled some magic. Okay, I'm gonna go for I guess we'll do the blessing and then we'll do the vow. Nice. Oh, I don't have the blue flask. Okay, we're just gonna use the blessing then. Still paid $750, but you're willing to go that high? Is that USD or is that what currency is that? And is that the disc version? Oh, he's doing a double head attack. Triple? Uh-oh. I think baiting this attack is one thing I never did before, but it's super smart just because, like, it's extra time that he just has to be in front of you attacking and doesn't have to move. Whereas all the side positioning on everything, it makes it harder to keep him in the spot you want. So I'm going to get grabbed here. Maybe dead. Please let me go. Oh, I'm dead. Dude, he does so much damage on that wild. That's wild, dude. We'll get it, though. Anyone know how you can get the Phantom version of clean wrought armor? I'm not even sure what that is. Completed all bosses, finished the game for the first time. 10 out of 10, probably the best game you've ever played. Watching you play it during it was super enjoyable, Luke. Thank you, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you have enjoyed this so far. This has been my same thing for me, dude. 10 out of 10 so far. It just keeps getting better, too. So there's nothing I can do to knock the rating down more. All I can do is knock the rating of other games that I already like down a little bit to compare it, because I can't go over 10, so... I'm glad you also agree. And congrats for beating all the bosses, too. Do you know how many there was, out of curiosity? Was it over 80, or was it like 100 or something? Because people have said in like the low 80 range was 70 plus unique ones. And then I heard someone say 100, but I'm not sure if that's true, though. I've never looked at like a wiki or any kind of list to see how many there was, so... You ever find Selin for that quest? I did, yeah. But then I progressed the quest before finding Selin, so it wasn't even required anymore. According to chat, that's what they were saying. I wonder if I use Vow first, then this. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so I definitely need to be careful with how I do that. Hob has been routing a total of 122 total. Don't know where you got that from. 157 total. 83. 84. Okay, every answer is different. Does anybody know the answer? Nobody knows. That's funny, though. Should probably use the weapon art on this a bit because you have the blue bar. Oh. That's some pretty early stagger there. See, this thing staggers way better. Why is this so good at staggering, but the other tree avatar dude is just a pain in the ass? Oh, that was stupid. What are we doing here? Okay, I'm gonna drink the Stagger Physic Flask, see how quickly we can get one with that.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Do we count reskinned bosses with different names like Draconic Sentinel as unique bosses? And do we count enemies like the Grave Wardens that appear later in the game as
Draconic
regular enemies
Tree Sentinel
as
I'd count
bosses?
as unique, 100%. Tree Sentinel versus Draconic is different. Different weapon, different attacks. Similar concept, but definitely 100% different. Or different enough to be unique. I wouldn't count something unique like this. Like this versus the other Tree Spirit is not unique, in my opinion, because his moveset's not different. It's exactly the same. And he doesn't have a different weapon. He just has a different effect for the status. Physical versus just the Scarlet, so. And then Tree Avatars, they're all the same, too. I wouldn't count them as different. I would say even, like, so regular Tree Sentinel versus Double is not... Yeah. It kinda is, but it's not at the same time. That wouldn't really be unique either. This game's genuinely a 10 out of 10. For me, it is. I mean, I can... If someone's saying it's not, I mean, I could see how if you're not into the genre. Or if your expectations just haven't been met by the developer yet, like you have things that you want that aren't what they were focusing on. It's hard to say it's not great, though, with their effort, like even if it's not for you. If I didn't like this genre, I'd still say this is amazing for the effort they've achieved for the genre of open world action RPG. It's impressive. It actually like puts a lot of games in check that never had to really be like looked back into before, like the Elder Scrolls stuff and everything. Now people have to reconsider, is that even really like high quality compared to, you know, the scale of this? And the fact that also in this, every single thing you find that's unique has a utility to it too. It's not like you just find stuff that you can't do anything with. Whereas in those games, there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't do anything. You just collect it and you just look at it. It doesn't actually have an action to it. So even if there is higher quantity in that scale, it's still a different purpose. That was super glitchy. What the hell happened there? Oh my god. It's like clipped into the other attack. Excuse me. Yeah, you can actually cancel his ability to do the tail whip as a follow-up if you literally just are in front of him for a lot of the hand attacks he does. So it's not even smart to be on the side, really. There's no point. You just have one extra combo, and then you have this other tail whip sometimes that happens. Which is a little bit easier to read because it's initiated immediately. Oh, not good. We don't like that. Nice, GG. itching. Oh, so stiff. Oh man. Redmane Knight Ogha. So we have Oleg from the other tree spirit, and we have Ogha now. So we need to level mind. I should have been putting levels into mind. I think everything's gonna go into that now for higher FP, so we can get these spirit summons out. Got a golden seed as well. Nice. That was cool, man. It's the best spirit ash, really. Okay. Any new great runes aside from yesterday? Not yet, I don't think. I only have 4 still. We have Godric's, the Unborn one, Radan's, and Morgoth's at the moment. Morimon, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Bravo, thank you. That was one of my favorite bosses originally when we first started playing the game, the one that was underneath the tutorial. That one's a lot cooler. It looks a lot cooler with the red. How long did it take me to beat Radahn? I think it was like 7 tries or something like that. It was less than 10 tries, I know that. Probably about 20 minutes of attempts. 120 according to Fextra Life's Elden Ring wiki. That's probably including repeats though. So like maybe less than 100 for non-repeats, like 80 plus. 70 to 80 plus. That's pretty sick, dude. 120? Like, wow. I was actually already impressed at 80, so if there's 120 including repeats, given that there's repeats also in some of the other games too, like we look at Dark Souls 2, 4, 8, that's like 3 times the size of Dark Souls 2, which was already, with 3 DLCs already, and this has no DLCs. That's pretty crazy, man. And that was already double of the other games with DLCs. It's twice as much as Bloodborne with DLC, so like that's wild, man. So that's 6 times the size of Bloodborne with DLC. Almost. And there's no DLC out for this. Did you look at the DS1 Easter egg after your stream yesterday? Oh, Swerve, I haven't seen it yet, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't check my Whisper messages after I was done. You know what? I'll check it out right now. Why not? Because we have a moment in between this. There's nothing we're doing right this second. Let me see. Let me check it out. I typically don't like to check out things while I'm streaming just so we don't have to take a break, but let me see. Oh wait, sorry, you're talking about something in this game. I thought you said for Dark Souls. Okay, so you were talking about a secret in this particular game. There was someone else saying that they found something in Dark Souls 1, so I think I misinterpreted your message for someone else's, or the way you typed it originally, I thought it was Dark Souls 1. So I can't check out anything I haven't found yet in this until I'm done the playthrough. So I'll have to wait for that. Because I didn't get a link from you. I only had 2 messages without a link. But you said something about a river or whatever. I just read like a little bit of it. So if it's for this game and I haven't found it, I don't want to see it until I'm done everything else, just in case I find it. Because I'm going to be going through other stuff we've already done before again. But I promise you that I'll check it out, or I'll let you tell me how to do it once we're actually at the end of the game, because we haven't even beaten it yet, right? I thought it was something for Dark Souls 1. I might have confused it with another message though, because someone said in chat recently that there's a Dark Souls 1 secret they found or something like that. Oh no, you just said that right now though. Wait, so you're saying in this game? Oh wait, sorry. You're saying there's a Dark Souls 1 Easter egg in this game, like they took a reference from the first game and put it into this, not that the game that the Easter egg is in is the DS1. Okay. Sorry, I'm just dummy brain right now. I didn't know they did that. That's pretty cool. Okay, so I'll check out what that is after I'm done the game, or when I've gotten to the end of the playthrough. I promise you that. Am I okay? No, I thought he meant like, because he said DS1 Easter egg. I'm like, oh, you mean like a game, not this game, but the other game. There's an Easter egg. My bad. Okay. Anyways, there's still this area we can go to, but there's nothing else in here as far as I know. There's the study hall entrance, but then there's no actual like we didn't go across the bridge as far as I know. This is my favorite FromSoft game. This is my favorite game of all time, man, from any developer. But also favorite FromSoft game, yeah. Okay, we're gonna level up twice? No, once. Okay, we're gonna put a little bit into mind. You have to get to 100 FP to be able to use the Oleg Spirit Summon. That dude with the 2 swords. Carrying Study Hall is part of a quest. Oh, okay, okay, I see. Don't waste your time. Okay, we're gonna go back over here then. Which was your favorite FromSoft game before this came out? Sekiro was my favorite game before this. How would you imagine a boss you'd get stuck on? So for me, the criteria for being stuck would be 8 to 16 hours. So I'd have to be on it for 2 days straight, for 2 full streams, or 3 streams. Typically, like I'd be used to like the hard things I've done in games. I'm used to being stuck on at the very highest difficulty I've ever experienced, like a week or something like that. And then obviously for challenge runs, months. So my tolerance is pretty high for difficulty. It's more so, I think, the fact that we've actually played the game pretty well for the first playthrough in terms of the exploration. So because we took our time, we are stronger on this playthrough. I didn't really miss a huge amount of things so far. Just even on the map, like the map's pretty uncovered. I'm sure there's still a bunch of stuff that we can find after, but I found a lot of really good stuff for the character, so it's made it easier. So I'm not sure if we're actually going to have an experience where we get stuck like that, because we're pretty strong. If I wasn't strong, 100% we would be more stuck on a lot of stuff, but I'm not sure if we would have been stuck to the level that some people were claiming. That's one thing I'm curious about. Okay, this faces back into here. I was saying before, if I'm going this way, I'm going back into that area, so I need to make it on top of here, or over this area somehow. And then this also points here for story too. I just don't know how we get around this part. Like we were checking this last time. Maybe there's like an entrance through the cave. I think I see... Is that a hole in the side of the rock face? It has a hole right there. I don't think we can actually jump up there though. Oh, you can go down in between this too. Okay, that's definitely the way. Cool. This must be to... oh, here we go. Mount Gelmir. He was talking about this. This must be the exit for somewhere. That guy just jumped off and died. Oh, I found the dungeon with the Uchigatana. I have not found the Uchigatana as a weapon yet. That'd be pretty cool though. I'd probably use it because I have the dexterity. Got quite a bit of... We have a few weapons upgraded so far that are decent. We got the Gargoyle Halberd I'm using right now. Got the Bloodhound Fang. Got the Grafted Blade, Claymore, regular Halberd. There's a few more I wanted to do too. I got the Grafted Dragon. I haven't added more stuff to that yet. And then I was starting to upgrade the Erdtree Bow as well. Ashes of War Barrage. Speaking of bows, that would be pretty good. I'm assuming that's like an arrow shower of some sort. You just like bombard people with arrows. If it's like Aldrich arrows, that'd be amazing. Yeah, barrage. There we go. Archery skill. Using a bow held horizontally, ready the bow, then fire off a rapid succession of shots faster than the eye can see. That's cool. Fairly early in the boss drop is also pretty cool for the Uchigatana. Yeah, I'll probably find it at some point because we're gonna be going back through so many different things when I'm at the end just to see what I missed. And then I'll let you guys tell me where to go if I give up on one area or whatever, or if I want a hint or something. Lothbrook, thank you very much for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes, man. Streaming pretty early today. Have you been, Delfino? This isn't too early. This is usually when I'd normally be streaming around this time, unless you just catch the stream later, typically. But I'm doing pretty good. How are you? There's a statue here. I have so many of the stone sword keys. I'm going to use this one right now. There's one item in Leyendell you should probably get before going too far in the main story, or else you won't be able to get it anymore. I see. I mean, I'm okay with that because we're gonna go to New Game Plus with this character anyways. I'm gonna save this save file. But I mean, if I go too far and it's too late, I guess it's my fault for not checking it again. That's okay to miss. It's okay to miss some things. I'm not trying to get all achievements on this playthrough. I just want to kill all the bosses. That'd be cool. Or everything that we can that's not time sensitive that we missed. How far have I progressed Monty's questline? So what we did is we got Selen, or we talked to Celavis, EG, and Blade. And then Blade went to the festival with the general, and then we killed the general. Then he told us about progressing the questline even further in Limgrave. But then at that point, the sorcerer that Celavis told us to find was not relevant anymore because we already progressed the questline a different way by doing other pieces of content. So I was trying to find Celavis before, or Selen before. I found Selen after that. Then I pissed her off. I think I hit her or something like that, and then she disappeared because she was saying some funny stuff. But yeah, there was something like that. So now we're actually supposed to go to Limgrave to continue to progress that quest line, as far as I know. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're gonna level one more time, and we should probably get another flask too. Godskin Apostle. That's a really cool boss, man. That was one of my favorites. If you beat him, you literally get a skin suit. Let's allocate these, get one cerulean flask to make up for the fact that I'm using the stagger tiers in the physic flask and not the FP one. Some NPCs take that as an attack for some reason. You jumped near her. Well, I got out the fist and I started punching. Remember? Like I actually tried to specifically hit her because I wanted to see what would happen since we already had like taken off the weapon. So usually in the other games you can punch the NPCs and they won't really care because it doesn't do enough damage. But apparently she, like, as soon as you make contact with the character, I guess you said jumping works too. At least I was intending to punch her. Maybe it counted when I jumped as well. But yeah, I was specifically trying to hit the NPC. How are you liking Elden Ring so far? How do you rank it amongst other FromSoft games? It's the best one, man. Best one they've made. I think that they outdid themselves to a point where now it's going to be hard to figure out how they can continue from this point. Like, I'm sure they'll outdo themselves again in the future. They're just geniuses, but they really did such an impressive job that I think that it would be sad to see this not get Game of the Year. It would be really hard to imagine. And I think that what it does, it puts so much pressure on other developers now that I was making a joke saying, like, meanwhile at Bethesda, and they're literally just throwing out Elder Scrolls 6 because they have to start over again since this is just way too good. Because, like, how are they even going to compete? Like, no matter what they do, I can't imagine them living up to this. I think the only thing they can capitalize on is their story elements and character progression, because this has a different kind of vibe to the story. It's more cryptic. But I really don't see how they can even compete with this at all, especially for the mechanics and the action. The only single detail that'll be different that this game doesn't have is first person, which it wouldn't even make sense if it did. So, and that's me being pretty fair on both ends. Like, I'm not even trying to be like playing favorites, because I did like the Elder Scrolls games quite a bit. I had a great time with a few of them, and also Fallout. So I have played them extensively, beaten at least like a few of them overall, and done DLC, so I know about it. I'm not trying to fanboy this at all, just on an objective level, it's just so impressive. I think they have to recheck like what their goals were for their, like, a lot of developers are gonna have to like, if they're trying to get Game of the Year fair and square and it's not rigged, they're literally gonna have to pull some miracles off, or just again appeal to a more general audience, like a bigger amount of people. Which again, this is the most pre-ordered game of all history on Steam, so it's hard to say that that would be an easy goal. And also, they're coming up on back-to-back Game of the Year potential from their last game, which got Game of the Year. So they'll have a streak of 2 if they get this in Game of the Year as well. And that's also not only just a first for them, but like what developers get Game of the Year back to back. Like it's probably not a lot of them. I'm sure it's happened, but like I'm sure it's not super frequent or easy to do that over and over again.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Which game got it last year?
So the world
Well, not for last year, I'm saying, but I'm talking about like back to back for the titles they released. So there's no game that's FromSoft's released in Sekiro between this. So their last game they released got Game of the Year, and then if this gets Game of the Year, that's 2 games in a row they've made with no gap between with Game of the Year. So they don't make games every year, but I'm just saying like 2 of their developments back to back would get Game of the Year. And that's insane, man. Definitely, you like what yesterday's sponsor? Oh, the sponsor for the month, Keeps. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about them more. I didn't organize a good speech for it, so I was kind of all over the place. I was trying to just like throw in my own personal experience with just the subject, and then, you know, why I think that they're a good fit. But there's also some reading points that I had written down. I didn't really like think of a good way to combine them, but hopefully you guys got the information you need. Gonna talk about more stuff that they do next time we give them a shout out. But yeah, the link is still there if you want to use it. If you type in ! Keeps, and it's definitely relevant. We talk about like molding all the time. So, what game got Game of the Year last year though? I think it was it? What was it last year? Well, I know, didn't God of War get it at one point? It Takes Two. Dark Souls 3 didn't get Game of the Year? No, I don't think it did. I don't think any other games got Game of the Year, except for Sekiro. First person, why not VR? BioWare did when they were good. Yeah, BioWare is definitely, like, they make really big games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect and all that. It Takes Two is awesome. It's your wife and I's therapy game. My buddy's boss, actually, he's a huge gamer, and he bought my friend that game. So because he was mentioning that I do like streams and stuff, and he's watched the channel sometimes. He's a big fan of like a lot of different streams, and he plays a lot of different stuff all the time. So he actually bought the game for him, so me and him could play it, because he really enjoyed playing it with his kids or whatever. So I'm gonna be playing that at some point. I've watched a few streams of it. And it looks really fun. It looks very silly, because I'm a big fan of Human Fall Flat. I really liked A Way Out as well. A lot of those like tag team, like super focused 2-player games where you have to like complete different objectives at the same time to progress. That's really cool. Not just like generic co-op, but really focused. Oh, Ghost of Tsushima got it. When are you gonna do a no damage run? I'm not sure actually. We'll have to see. I'd say maybe in like the next month or so we'll consider starting it, but depends on how long it takes me to beat this. I'm actually lost right now. I need to pay more attention to where we're going. Is there we can't... Oh, yeah, there's a map right here. Okay, we're underground though, right? A Cars 3 speedrun, that'd be funny, man. It would be cool to have a series where once in a while I just try a stupid game that like I wouldn't normally play, or something I think is silly, and just speedrun it for the sake of it, because there's a lot of records you could just get on something because no one plays the game, but there is just so many good games that have come out now that I have a lot of stuff to consider, and there's still so many more things I'm waiting for too. Still planning the ultimate speedrun, OG. Which would that be? The ultimate speedrun. Valheim was dope. I heard Valheim was really good for MMOs. I watched a little bit. I watched Geno PvP on Valheim, and it looked fun. But the grind for MMOs for me is just like the hard part, because it's not really as engaging. All the FromSoft games back no hit. Oh yeah, we'll still be doing the master run with 0 damage, but I gotta beat this game first, and then figure out some more content for it. And once we're situated in it really well for runs and everything, I'll be going back to doing that at least once a week. Most of the time, I think we could fit it in once a week and it'd be fine. Should be just enough to maintain it and have a chance at getting it at some point. But it's definitely not the main focus anymore at all. It's not. I do want to do it, but I don't care about it as much as this game, which I kind of prepared for anyways. I was saying, like, there's no point of making it the be-all end-all. It's a really low return on investment type of idea. There's almost no advantage to me for me doing it other than I personally just want to do it. You guys wouldn't stop watching the content if I never did it again, and the response to it's not going to be anything relevant to even just doing simple stuff on this for the fact that I do content as my career. So it's really not a good idea to put a lot of time into, but it is something I care about a lot on the side of this. So I do want to keep trying it, and that will be the main reason to keep playing the other games as well. And something I still think should be done at some point, whether it's me or someone else. So we'll see if maybe other people catch up while I'm taking it slow on that. When you're practicing new runs, do you do them off stream? I won't be practicing anything off stream other than maybe like very, very small things here and there if I have to, but I plan to do every single bit of practice on stream when I'm doing the runs so you guys can see everything. But very rarely to never will there be any practice that's necessary to do off stream. I used to just not like to bore people with it, but I think people requested to see it so much that I realized there actually is a benefit, because every time I'm screwing up something or not even completing an idea, you're learning something from that that is more important to you than me, because you're trying to do more simple stuff. So it actually is beneficial. Even repeating the same things very, very over and over again and failing is always going to teach somebody something. So there actually isn't a downside to doing that. The only downside really is just, again, how long does it take to complete the idea, and then how long does it take to move on. So I'm going to get better at juggling a lot of stuff at once instead of just doing like a serious idea. I'm just going to do like a bunch of serious ideas. They'll take longer to complete, but there'll be more variety though. It's the smartest plan, I think. And still kind of keeping up with regular content and discussions and everything. Hobbs going to lose his mind doing no hit runs on this. I think he'll be good. I feel like the community again is going to come through because there's just so many more people trying to figure things out that he's got the volume of people grinding the game on his side, whereas before, like I said, it was just me, him, Faraz, two other people that decided to stop trying to figure stuff out, and then eventually it was just us three. So that multiplied by 20 to 30 now is just a way better recipe for succeeding. And there's so many new people again that want to get the run first before him that they're going to help him do it too. We're all going to help each other. So it's just a math equation. And then there's just better players that you just don't know of that exist too. There's people that could be easily better than him at the game that you've never heard of. They're just going to help. And they're going to teach everybody something. I'm really not sure where I'm going in this place. What axe is this? This is the Gargoyle Halberd. I think we were actually onto something and then I turned around. Because we fell off this cliff, but what does this message say? Help me. I'm assuming you'd want to go like farther down into here. Yeah, like this area right here. We found this. Are we supposed to fall down the hole here? Here. Jumping required ahead, but behind. Interesting. Here. After 20 hours, you defeated Margit. Lotion, that's amazing, dude. Congrats. Margit's actually a really good first boss. I think he's the best first boss of any Souls game they've made or any game they've done previously. Speaking of which, I wonder what's over here. I'm kind of worried, though, because I don't know if we'll be able to get back to this point pretty quickly unless there's a statue that I missed. I hope there's a statue. Ooh. Okay, it's the bug people. Whoa. Oh, dead in a second. Easy. Easy to, yep. A lot of people don't like the bug dudes. I still don't think they're the worst enemies, but that was pretty wild, though. There actually was a statue, at least. Found any hidden walls? I found one hidden wall so far. I thought you knew... Sorry, you thought I knew where I was? Turns out you don't. This game is so vast. Zol, yeah, this place is a Stone Sword Key location that's in the region over here, the Seathwater River. I think this is called the Seathwater Cave. Doesn't show you if you have a statue under your health bar. Doesn't show you. It might. I just have never paid attention to that, though. Keep in mind, like, there'll be a lot of things that you guys know as obvious, and it'll take me forever to clue into them. We'll still play the game. We'll still do okay, but there's going to be stuff, like, you'll always clue into better than me. That's just the way it goes, so. It might be frustrating, but if you bear with me, we'll complete the game still. It's fine. Don't worry. Oh, we have enough FP now to cast both of these just by doing 2 levels to the mine. That's pretty cool. They might not be the worst enemy, but a lot of people have PTSD from that one cave. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, the crystal one, right? Is it the Silica Cave or whatever it's called? The one with the Fallen Star Beast. That's such a good boss still, dude. I want to go back and play that again. There's so many things I'm excited to try again and do, like 0 damage or just SL1. Oh, man. Dead. Too greedy. Yeah, this isn't too bad of a boss, dude. The stupid arrows, though. Millennia kicked your ass for 3 days. All right, I hope that happens to me. Millennia's so nutty. Dude, you can't wait till you give her a try. I'm excited. Death to the rot frogs? I don't even know if I've seen a rot frog before. Average staff, what's up? Getting trapped in that cave sucked so hard. Lebowski, this one right here, would you get stuck in it? I was actually lost for a little bit, but I think it's because I was reading chat and just talking. So I was trying to keep an eye on the unique locations as we were going through. I usually am pretty good at that if I'm just quiet, but we're just talking about other stuff. I think it's interesting, though, to see like the progression of people's expectations or predictions for runs on the game as they change over time. Because it was like, oh, this is impossible, can't do this. People are already doing it like days later, and then it's like, oh, okay, well maybe it is possible. So I've had a really like fun time observing just people's demeanor change almost within 24, 48 hours of people just immediately proving things possible. And I can't wait to actually see those things too, because I haven't been able to yet. I've just heard about a bunch of crazy speedruns, right? So can't wait to watch all that stuff. I'm definitely going to do a reaction of the current world record once we finish this. Just so I can be like dumbfounded by how much quicker it is than my first playthrough. Seems really, really fast already. Alright, one down. The trick is definitely do not go for one at a time. Try to like bounce between both of them. Kindred of Rot's Exaltation. Poisoning or rot in vicinity increases attack power. What? That's pretty cool. So I can just switch to that if I want to while I'm poisoned. I wonder by how much. That's actually really interesting.
So the world might be mended.
I've never heard of them making an item where like when you have a status effect you're stronger. That's never happened before.
What's
That's
your
cool.
weapon, Nuttin? Love your streams.
My weapon, it's the Gargoyle Halberd with face scaling. You have to kill the one outside the Bestial Sanctum on the steps. So there's 2 of them. There's one from the capital. It's just physical damage. This one scales with strength and faith. So I'm using that one right now. Okay, we're gonna have to get out of here really quick. I wonder where the adventure went to. Oh, there he is. I must back up very slowly and poke him with fire stick. Oh no, he used jumping attack. New mechanics are too strong. I will not succeed. What level is the character? I think he's like 83. Oh, sorry, he's level 90 now. Damn, we're getting close to 100. Are these the rot frogs? They're kind of like the basilisks, but they just do rot instead of plague. I wonder if is there even anything similar to plague in this? Nascent butterfly, nice. There's also a raw meat item that heals you but gives you poison, so it could be really good. You can also like, so you're saying you can on purpose inflict poison to get the buff off of that talisman? Sounds pretty cool. Okay, which way do we want to go? We came in through there, didn't we? No, it was the other way. Those basilisks are really in every Souls game. There is some stuff they brought back for almost everything. Instant death if your meter gets full. They cause sudden death. Oh, it's like a death status effect. Okay. Or is this the way we came from? I think this is the way we came from. Have I been through Lake Rot yet? I have been through like a swamp that had rot in it, yeah. In Caelid. There's an item behind this rock too. And a grace site that I did not... Okay, maybe we haven't been here. No, we haven't. Does the double horse jump negate fall damage? I don't believe it did when I was trying it. Talisman effect works when a player or enemy is nearby affected. 15 to 20%. Does it work? Oh, so it works either way. You're saying that I can inflict poison on an enemy with darts or like arrows or my weapon, and then I can also still get a bonus if they're in my vicinity while battling on anybody. Both ways. That's pretty cool. So you can make like a poison build with that. Or if you made a poison build for PvP, that might be a talisman that you use. I might try that because I had a DS2 poison build that was really fun. That was like one of my favorites, so. It's always interesting watching people try to run to use items, then dying before they can use them. And you're just like chilling there. You're like, yep, 10, 9, 8. You're just like counting down as they try to get the item out of the inventory because they didn't prepare for it. Double jumping makes you take more fall damage. Oh yeah, because I guess it would increase your airtime, wouldn't it? I haven't noticed that personally, but I guess that would make sense if that's true. I still gotta compare a lot of the numbers with those kinds of things, or just like watch stuff from the people that have actually done the research on it. So I haven't noticed anything crazy yet, but I do know that it hasn't helped me at all trying to double jump. There's no noticeable benefit. Why do I kill the jellyfish? I don't know, man. I don't know, actually. They remind me of piñatas. I want the candy, but they just give me poison and sadness. I fall for it every time. Is it true that it can change some normal falls into insta-death? Oh, it is true that you can do that? Okay. Are you doing the Millicent questline as far as you know? I am, yeah. I have the golden needle to give to Millicent still. I'm not sure if that gets canceled by progressing too far, but I can always go back and do that. I haven't found Millicent yet, but I found the guy in the shack that gives you the needle. So then that and the Ronnie questline are the only ones yet to be complete that I have open. And then we completed the Irina one, the Kenneth Height one. I would imagine a couple more that are just random. Maybe the Alexander one. Well, that Alexander one's progressed quite a bit. I'm not sure if it counts because of the festival or if he just shows up there anyways, but he definitely had some dialogue to give us. I think apparently got alternative dialogue from Selen because of the helmet we found. Or no, the intelligence level. That's what it was. As long as you don't kill the turtles. I actually did kill a turtle in this one. What's going on over there? Let's take a look at this. Where is it? Is there an item that we have? We have like a telescope thing. Key item. I don't remember if we actually have it or not. I might have only gotten it in the race that we did, or like, I'm trying to think, maybe when I was testing the game originally a little bit. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I can do this. Does that make me slow roll? It does, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna change the helmet then. It's still pretty heavy. We need something that's like 3 or less. What? That's like 1.7. Come on. 1.4? Oh yeah, it'll tell me also, there'll be the preview of what is medium load and what's not. So I just have to take the helmet off completely. What's going on over there, man? It's the Executioner Lord Vessel right here. He's got the goblet head. Anything even close to this for Game of the Year? Well, God of War 2 might come out this year. I'm not sure. Got Grand Theft Auto 6 potentially. Horizon Zero Dawn 2. Those are my guesses. There's other games I'd vote for, but I don't think they'll be popular enough to actually make it. Those are the ones that I think are going to be like mass consumed overall. So. If that hits me from over here, I'm gonna cry, man. Give me the headshots. Oh, it didn't even work. Haha, you just missed me by 1 inch. How does it feel to be inferior to my spacing skills? That hammer looks insane. Got the headbutt. This is definitely a Smo throwback for sure. It's got like the big attack too. Not too much defense or health though, compared to what I thought. Prelate's Inferno Crozier. What is that? Fire Prelate Gauntlets. Not the whole armor set. Ooh, those gauntlets are pretty good though. It's like the Havel. It's kind of like Havel armor a little bit. What about that hammer? C scaling and strength. 45 strength requirement. Oh my god, we got a new weapon, guys. Dude, that's sick. I'm gonna have to use that. C scaling on strength. That is pretty cool. There's probably actually other stuff we can do too. Here, I'm gonna use this first. Test it out. You can keep running with it. Don't mind me, I'm just taking care of the weeds here. Yep. Looking pretty good. Don't mind the fire. It's it'll be gone soon. Just... Farming simulator. That is so cool, dude. That's one way, yeah. Talking about Game of the Year again. Yeah, people are asking like what other games could compete with this one. I've been told that Game of the Year is rigged and people buy into it quite a bit too. I've heard that multiple times, so I don't know if that's like what the truth in that is, the severity of it. how that affects everything, but it could play a factor. I don't know, or play as a factor. It could play a role in it. I'm sure there's some level of rigging. I know with the voting too, there's some suspicious things where there's repeat votes or other problems with other types of awards. Squash them in Holy Fire. I'm definitely going to use that. Big Hammer is a yes. That's probably one of the coolest weapons in terms of just how it looks and the weapon art that I have found so far. So many cool weapons you don't know what to use for your next playthrough. You can just use everything. Just make a character that has maximum stats. This is like the first game I think they've made where I actually want to be max level. Where I just want to use every single thing equally on one playthrough. I want to have a character that has like 6 weapons on, like he's got 3 weapons on each hand, and then he like 2-hands them randomly off and on in the middle of combat while shooting arrows and using spirits and flying and having like 10 different types of armor. Oh man. The Wretched Fools. Cuick, how are you doing? Where's that on the map? This is the Seathwater terminus, and then Fort Lade right now, or Lade. Yeah, we're getting dialogue from something. Doc, I'm doing pretty good. How are you, man? We are trying to progress this area of the game right now. I have to get the map shard from it still. I don't know if it actually connects into this or not. Because there's this whole area over here too. I'm not sure what that even is. That's got to mean something. But yeah, we have quite a bit of the map unlocked. Mid-fight, you're switching through medium, light, and heavy rolls. Yeah, just like becoming like a master of swapping all the gear. So you're changing the armor every single time you attack. In the middle of it, you're just like, it's doing like everything. Like you're pairing somebody and then switching all 6 weapons. Okay, I'm gonna find the map shard over here. I think we're very close to it. I can't tell if it's on top of this cliff or not, though. I think we came from there, didn't we? It might actually be on top of the cliff. That whole area is back to where we came. There's one other exit too, and it might circle around and then go up. So I thought this is where we came from, but there's one other place as well. There's 3 different points you can go through in here. Can't trade items that have been upgraded, Krampus, to other players, really? Looks like the forest from Princess Bride. Is that a movie? Oh my god, the frogs look scary, actually. Oh, there's a bridge right here, yeah. Interesting. Is that from this area we were already in, or is that already somewhere else? Because that is where we came from. Can we even go past here? No. Yeah, so that continues from being already up there. Okay, there's definitely something we didn't find over here then, because the place we came from, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that's not the answer. But if we don't find anything again, we'll definitely go back. I broke your heart not knowing The Princess Bride. I've heard of it before, but I don't know what it actually is. Never seen it. How? What is it? Is it a movie? Oh, there's a spirit spring right here, I think. Oh, maybe not. Wait. No, the wall's just kind of smoky here. Greatest movie of all time. It's a fun kids movie. Okay. It's overrated personally. You probably like it. Oh, I'll definitely keep it in mind. There's definitely a lot of classic movies I gotta catch up on at some point. Love this game. Love your content on YouTube, for real. Ain't think to look on Twitch for you. Heidi 4. Honestly, if you actually if you don't watch it typically, I don't blame you, dude. But if you do, there's so many streamers that are competitive on this game in terms of like who you can watch. So the fact you're actually choosing to even watch the YouTube, let alone become here, it's like I can give you the statistic probability. I have numbers on all this stuff. I have all the analytics. The percentage of the turnover is so low that like you could be like one of the most famous YouTubers ever. To get an actual like impressive amount of people to your stream, you'd have to have like one of the biggest YouTube channels of all time. Like, because the percentage doesn't really go up too much. And even if you made videos every day saying come watch my stream, the percentage is only gonna like maybe like double at best. It's not gonna be crazy. So originally it was like a fraction of a percent. Now it's like 2%. So it's pretty low. So for you to even make that decision, you have to think of it this way: 21st century time span or attention span. You have to click things, so it's going to take like more than 10 seconds. You have to think. People like stuff where it's just given to you. I'm not even trying to be like rude about that. I like that too. We're just conditioned to do that. So like with modern times, it's just not conventional for everyone to even help that turnover rate. It's always going to be super low, but to even get it to like 5% would be a miracle. So I don't even take it personally, man. I really appreciate that you're here, and it's like for anyone that actually came over to the stream by clicking one of the annotations or anything, you're doing way more than like most people in general that they'll ever do. And it's even if you do watch Twitch too, it's still not the greatest turnover. So because I have to compete with a lot of people. I really appreciate it. Magma worm. I feel like stepping into there might be death, so we might not want to fight him over there. I've noticed there's a lot of beasts in this game that have human-like weapons, like those tigers that have an extra arm that's holding a sword. This guy, there's like the little beast gremlin things that fly that have the cleavers too. There's a lot of like very creature-like things that have weapons, and that's not something they've done much of before. So I wonder if this thing was a human at some point, or it's just really smart. And how it can hold a sword. Like Sif was the only thing like that before in the original game. Give me a tail cut. There we go. He just fell. What? He just falls over. That's awesome. big damage. $19,000. Little bonus snack for the road there. Did Manus have a weapon? Well, Manus wasn't really like an animal. Manus was actually a person, so that's like one of the most unique examples, I guess, next to Sif. But like Sif is actually legitimately an animal. That's like just a lizard. It's like a Komodo dragon, dude. There's nothing about that enemy that's even close to humanoid, other than the fact it actually is just holding a weapon. Whereas Manus actually did turn into some sort of like creature, but he was a human though. Capra Demon? Capra Demon's not... I don't feel like demons count though, because demons are still can be humanoid, right? Demon's not actually like an animal. I mean like straight up animals. Like that's a legitimate... Like you could go to the lizard store right now and find that guy in a tank. Like that's not like a mythical creature. It's literally just like a Komodo dragon or something. Like you could find that in real life, kind of. Osiris was a human though. That's another thing too. He turned himself into a creature, so he was a human. So that's why I'm wondering if this thing was a human too. I mean, like straight up animals that don't show human-like tendencies, don't speak. You know, like he's like at the lizard store right now, chilling in a tank. Yeah, Osiris was the king of Drang Lake, I'm pretty sure. Or sorry, not Drang Lake, Lothric. My bad. He studied Seath's crystal magic. Confounded quintessence of humanity. Okay, there we go. That's a better way of putting it. Manus was like a culmination of shenanigans. Pickle Rick. Dude, if Pickle Rick was in this game, we would not be able to beat it. Capra literally means goat. Yeah, he does have the goat head. That's true. But he does say demon, though, still. Anything with demon in the title, I give the ability to have humanoid tendencies, to be able to speak if they want to, you know, and also wield weapons, just because. I feel like if it's demon, like, anything goes. If it's an animal, then it's a lot less likely you'll see crazy weapons or, like, abilities or whatever, you know. Demon dog. I don't think there is a dog that is called a demon that is a boss in the game. There might be things similar. I'm just talking about like specifically Dark Souls 1. It's mainly just Sif that was an animal, like a straight up animal that was able to use a weapon that had no origin of being a human previously, that was just specifically an animal, and that's it. And that thing looked like just a straight up animal. Same with the lions too. They were literally just straight up lions, and they had like an extra arm with a weapon somehow. But I guess because of the grafting and all that, they were able to maybe acquire them. Dude, I want the item. There we go. Doug Demon Dog. Green screen has been cutting holes in the forehead recently. Oh, is it doing it again? It's because the lighting changes since it's behind a window. I appreciate you letting me know, though. I have to keep changing the color, because the color changes since the light changes. And I have to figure out how to block that out. Ugh. Okay, let me fix it. Movie magic time. Appreciate you letting me know. It is still pretty bootleg, but we're getting there. Okay, this should be better. No holes. We're good. I'm transparent. Yeah, I'm just a ghost. I'm fading. Oh, we're really far away from where we were before. So we must come back around to where the map shard is at some point. I wonder if this is going to give us upgrades. This is the second time I've seen a statue where they can break it, maybe. Do Sense Fortress guys count as animals? Well, they technically are, but they also still have human like they're still upright and they're like walking like humans and stuff, right? They show like exact human actions, but with like a skin of an animal. Whereas again, like Sif is just a dog, literally, or a wolf. There's nothing about Sif that is not like a wolf. There's nothing about that lizard that was like a human other than the fact it had a thing in its hand, like somehow. So that was the weird part. You think the big hammer could break this thing? Okay, I'm gonna kill these guys. Wonder maybe I could just break it. Beast required. Oh, you probably have to get like a bigger enemy. I thought maybe they'd be able to. I just want to try for fun to see if like there actually is a threshold to which this could be broken by the player. Okay, never mind. Nothing. I was hoping. Sekiro monkeys. Do they have weapons though? They just run away. Axo, thanks man, I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. What level am I spawn? I am level 90. There's one monkey with 2 swords. Oh, the ape, the guardian ape. Yes, that is true. They did that on Sekiro. I will accept the ape. The ape is possessed by the magic centipede thing, though. So again, there's still some other factor to it other than it just being straight up an animal. Oh, nice. The bear broke it. But I still accept the ape more because the ape still is mostly an animal. Before you figure out the centipede thing. Dude, he doesn't do a lot of damage to these little guys. I'd appreciate if he did. You know what? I'm gonna try this out. See how we get along. Oh, what happened? Oh man, this thing. Whoa, he's knocking trees down. Calm down, dude. Okay, if you hit a target, it eventually ends. That sucks. See if we can bleed the bear. Dude, what? Calm down. There's the stagger from that stagger potion. I'm very glad we made that because I've never been really able to stagger the bears that easily. It's been very hard to. I bet 2 shots in the face 100% is just a guaranteed one. Uh-oh. Maybe death. Maybe not. Dude, I was in the middle of the attack. That's rude, man. What area is this? I will check again. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Stagger potion. So I made a physic flask that has 2 stagger tiers in it. I will show you. Since you can mix your own benefits in it. So the physic flask I have, it has stone barb crack tier and spike crack tier. Makes stance break easier, makes boost charge attack power. Or sorry, boost charge attack. So that would basically mean stagger's better and the charge attacks do more damage, which are stagger prone to. So it's like doubling down on that. Very good combo. Where do you get those 2? I killed the tree avatar, the minor Erd tree avatar that is outside the bestial sanctum. Right here. You go across this bridge, there's a dragon. And then you go down to this Erd tree, right here. Right beside this rise tower. Would you say it's easier than harder than DS1 or 3, the only ones you played longer than an hour? I'd say it's about the same thing if you use everything to your advantage. At least that I've found so far. Is this Mount Gelmir? It is, yeah. That's like the region, but I haven't got the map piece yet. I'm trying to get the specific name of the place I was at. Gen Z, what's up, man? Or Gen Z? Very good. This zone is one of the best player messages on the game. Made by the directors, or just something that was put down by a player? Mount Doom. Things to do in Caelid, #1, leave. That's so funny. My buddy actually texted me the other day saying, like, he's like, Caelid sucks. So I was just like, I was laughing. I asked him what level he was. He said he was like level 40, and he's like, I just keep getting invaded. And I was just thinking, I'm like, you're probably like summoning people. And then it made me think, I'm like, I haven't even gotten invaded once because you haven't summoned a player. So I wonder how much harder that makes the game. But it was just like, Caelid sucks.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Leg Disabler, thank you so much for gifting Wiener a sub. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your motes, Wiener. I think that might be a welcome back. I'm not sure if you've been sub before or not. By a player, it's a Lotar reference? Oh, okay. I see. You only start to get invaded if you summon a player. I think you can only be invaded by co-oping. That's it. Been doing a lot of PvP. You get invaded by 5 people every 2 minutes. Damn, man. How far along is my playthrough? 52 hours so far. And this is I would say day 10. I mean, we've done 11 streams, but 2 of them are really short, so I edited a couple parts together. But I'd say I call this day 10. Hermit Village. Let me see what's going on here. Wait, we're back over here though. Do we take a different turn? Wait, is that selling? That may be. Oh no, it's a bad guy. Okay, never mind. Jebaited. Planning the YouTube videos to release at night, Nova. So nighttime's not really as good. It would be better to do it earlier. So main problem was the last part that was supposed to be up for this failed to render. It took 8 hours, then failed, and then I had to re-render it. It took 10 hours to finish this time, and then it finished overnight. So by the morning it was ready, and then I just uploaded it before I started this. And because it takes a while to process, the whole process usually, if it's like an 8-hour video, it's like a 15-hour thing. So it's like 8 hours to render, maybe 7 hours to process HD and upload and everything while I'm streaming because it's slower. If I don't stream, it could be like 3 hours to process and everything, depending on how long the video is. So it'll be done by tonight, but I'm not going to release it tonight because it's not a good time to do it for everybody watching. So I'm going to wait until tomorrow. I'm going to schedule it for the morning. And then there's another one the next day that we did, which was the last stream is already there, but the other one took more time because I had to, you know, obviously re-render it. And then the other one was just directly exported. I didn't have to edit it together. So there will be basically part 8 tomorrow, and then part 9's already there waiting to go the next day. So tomorrow morning and the morning after that. And there'll be some other things coming up soon too. They're unique as well. And there should be another podcast episode within a handful of days. I just got to record another one with Faraz. See if we can talk about some interesting stuff after we both getting closer to beating the game. Gabriel, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Demi-human Queen Maggie. What? Dude, that's a lot of magic. Okay. Hope you get better soon, Gabriel. Are you feeling sick or something, or something going on? What's the name of the podcast? It's just on my channel. There is no like separate channel for it. It should be in the discussion playlist. Just type in ! Playlist in chat. Go to the discussion one. It'll be the most recent, I believe. Doesn't really have a name. Just uploading it on the channel for the people that want it. It'll just be a temporary thing until we've covered whatever we want to for this. Might bring it back for other subjects if it's requested. Yeah, I think I can at least do a couple more for the like regarding just the playthrough, and then you know like a mid-game check-in, full game of impression review overall, and then we'll do specific topics if we feel like it's important, maybe shorter episodes. Gonna go for no hit run. I think I'll do 0 damage instead, but I'm just not sure when we're gonna try that. We'll have to see. But it's a possibility for sure. I just don't have any like straight up plans that are in line for runs yet. I have plans for a lot of other stuff. Some of them are already like in effect or halfway done, but and then there's still that Demon Souls video I'm waiting on too. Once my editor has the time to finish up the last details, because he was helping me with it, so I could do some other stuff. But that'll be really cool. I'm excited for that. We're gonna try to make it pretty fancy. It's just harder because we don't have a lot of free cam access or mods to make it really cool, but we're gonna try our best to make it one of the best Demon Souls tier lists. What's over here? Oh, it's an NPC. Okay, I don't want to die. Wait, is that the boss? No, wait. It'd be really funny if that was actually the boss. I wonder if we can make him fall off here. Okay, I'm gonna try the Physic Flask, see how much stagger we get. Nothing. Dude, stop missing. Why do people hate magic builds? People hate everything, dude, to be honest. Everything you can think of that exists, people hate. It's just the freedom of choice and perception. I think this game just has a lot of variety, a lot of different playstyles. The reason I don't personally use magic exclusively or for a first playthrough is because I like to learn more about the game, and I think it can be a different playstyle that doesn't really teach you more than Melee. I think it can teach you about like speccing characters and finding items, but I don't think it can teach you about the combat as much, because it can circumvent a lot of mechanics, right? So that's my personal look on it. But I don't hate magic, I just don't typically use it as much. I'm using a little bit on this build more so to complement the melee, but not to actually use as an offensive maneuver. And more for like status healing and stuff, you know. This is more of like a faith build on one of the original games, like healing and, you know, buffing the weapons. But yeah, there's going to be a complaint about everything that exists, no matter what. So you can never really try too hard to understand that. You just got to get your money's worth, like I was saying before. I refuse to kill these basic sorcerers. I must kill the beast man first. Dude, he's gonna get me actually. Wait. This was not a good idea. Mistakes were made. There we go. That actually was the boss. You died because you weren't part of the health bar, you basic add-on. Suffer the consequences. Okay. Now that I did that, we're good. I feel better. Ah, man. Play the new Pate? The new Pate, what's that? Decided to upgrade using Prime, you deserve it. Sir Dash, wait, did you do that and I didn't see it? It wasn't in chat, I don't think. I don't see the notification. Do you have to refresh to announce it or something? Thank you for doing that, dude. I'm sorry if I missed it. I don't see it on the recent events or in chat at all. Also, Albalex, welcome. What's up? I was gonna go for like probably another hour. See how much further we can get in the next hour or so. And then the stream tomorrow will be pretty long. The whistle instrument in the game? The whistle instrument. Did I... Not the horse thing, right? This thing? Oh, Prattling Pate, you're beautiful. This one. It better play some James Blunt. It's like, you're beautiful. As soon as you press the item button.
You're beautiful.
There should be a remix of his song with just this sample here.
You're beautiful.
So you're beautiful. It's true. I'm sorry. What do memory stones do? I actually don't remember, dude. Definitely doesn't help you remember things because I can't remember what they do. Oh, it increases the memory slots. So you must have to use them with something else. Like in the casting menu maybe, or at the round table, some other thing. So I can get an extra spell slot if I want to. Acquire materials. Volcanic stone. Comet Azure. That's cool. Get extra spell slots by owning them. Oh, okay, just owning it as a key item. It's kind of like the talisman pouch then. I see. Yeah, I read that like way back in the game, but there's so much information that we've absorbed playing this, especially stuff that's not even relevant to the game. So I'm just like, that did what exactly? Who was it? What was the name of it? I wonder how someone got up there. Did they double jump from the horse? It won't let me. Where am I on the map? I think I'm heading to Mount Gelmir, or I'm in Mount Gelmir right now. We were just at the Seathwater Cave and the Primeval Sorcerer Azure. There's some fun Comet Azure builds. I'm definitely going to have to make a character that does a bit of everything just to try it out to see. But I think it'll be more fun after the first playthrough is done, just to, again, like learn the enemies a little bit more, you know, one-on-one, or I guess like in a melee sense, and then see how much easier it is to do. Like it would be, I would imagine for speedrunning that a lot of magic's used, or that there's a need for certain magic to make it easier. And yeah, some people told me about just like the concept of some spells where I'm just like, what the hell is that? Gelmir Hero's Grave. The Beast Eye quivers. Oh, we can, is this like the Black Eye Orb? We can actually use the Beast Eye? Is it for like an invasion? Okay, I'm gonna try that in a second. Oh, I should have done Mind. Damn. Okay, wait. Just to make up for that, because I'm upset about it, I'm gonna actually consume another rune and then just level again. Because we need more FP for the, not only just the magic we're using right now, we need to use more spirit summons. I want to try the ones that we had for a while that we can't meet the requirements for. Still a little bit short on that. That already was the beast eye use. Oh, like going in here was part of that? Like opening the door or something like that? Because in the first game in DS1, you have to actually use the item in your inventory to do the Lothric invasion in Anor Londo, so I thought it was like that. Because it gave me the same dialogue. It's where there's death rot nearby. I might not have enough basic runes here without popping the big one. I don't really want to use the big one, but we might have to at this point. I'm just going to use it in level twice then, or 3 times. Oh, and of course I still can't level twice. Damn, dude. Okay, we're going to have to farm a bit. That was definitely not worth it. Some pretty good looking lava, I will say. Oh, there's like regular skeletons. It's been a while. Whoa. Okay, you're definitely not coming back from that. If they revive, I'm gonna be surprised. What?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
What the fuck? Okay. I think I'm just going to take a mental note. Anytime there's an extremely long path that looks suspicious, I'm going to die in 2 seconds. Even if nothing happens, like right away. It's immediate death. That's scary. Yeah, that was like the Busta Rhymes bridge right there. Or is that... Wait. No, is it Busta Rhymes? Or is it Ludacris? No, it's Ludacris, right? My bad. Jump! Oh, I'm alive! Dude, I lived. That's pretty cool. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Can we do it again? Take some lessons from Mr. Piccolo, Dodge. Dude, Piccolo is definitely the best DBZ character. Piccolo and Boo, dude. Not Super or Kid, but just like Majin Buu and Piccolo, 100%. How did you live? I have no... I think it only hit part of the character, so it didn't do full damage. It hit his like ankle or something. I totally thought I would die. Remember this chariot thing? I remember this from earlier in the game. Same chariot, I guess. Same kind of thing. Place is one of the best designed areas in the game. Yeah, it looks really cool. Very similar to the part where you go underneath the tutorial, but just a lot of lava. So we have like less excuses to die here. We were trained for this one. First off, well done. Should I keep going? Oh, it ends right there. Whoa. Oh, this guy again. I hate these things. NPCs with the crossbows are really annoying. They're so fast. They could be like regular invaders if they wanted to, or NPC invaders. What do you think about the unavoidable attacks since you like no damage runs? Unavoidable attacks. I've never seen an unavoidable attack in this game, man. So I can't really say, or maybe I have, but I didn't know. But I can't say I've seen anything like that personally if I think hard enough. So when I see one, I'll let you know. But yeah. Unless you're saying like hypothetically, like if there was unavoidable attacks. The lantern habit, yeah, that's true. Can only think about one, and it's in a part we're not yet in. Okay. Yeah, I probably still have quite a bit of ways to go. If there's over 100, if there's 120 bosses, I definitely have not even killed. I maybe have done half of that or less. I don't know. So that's quite a lot. That I can remember, I'd say maybe like a few dozen, maybe like 4 dozen at this point. I mean, and even Gideon was still saying we have 4 different major bosses to still do. Then there's ones in the opening cutscene we haven't even seen yet. Tons of them. Not even sure if they're in the game or not, but if they are, then that's another handful just for getting to the late game, I'm assuming. And then there's still probably required stuff in between those things as well. So who even knows, man? Oh, no. No. That's the thing again. Okay, wait. I'm gonna use I wonder if I could survive by using the blessing. And then if it like hits me and then the health ticks back up at the same time. Oh shit, dude, no, don't die. That's really bad. Okay, I'm not gonna ask questions anymore. We're just gonna try to not die here. That's super scary, dude. Oh, because didn't I rotate the thing? I probably rotated to a bad spot, didn't I? Can you shoot this with the bow, though? How do you survive again? I have quite a bit of defense on this character. This character is pretty high level. Level 92. Pretty good armor. I have a physical talisman. Raises defense when HP is maximum, too. So if I have maximum HP and I get hit by something, it gives me an extra bit of defense. So I'm going to guess that, and then the armor we got on. There's a cheese to no-hit that one. Of course, there's this NPC here again. Is there another one? Oh, of course. Dude, are you serious? There's basic enemies. I remember when that guy destroyed me on the bridge when we were in the... I guess it was like the Rhea Lucaria area. Happy Friday, Mendoza. Happy Friday as well, man. I hope you have a good weekend, man. Welcome to the stream. You can shoot with a bow. Okay, I'm going to do that. That would probably be the smartest thing to escape this part. Okay, now how do we get through here? Is this even it? No, this is the other part. And the question is, do we go up or do we go down on this part? Guess we gotta do both, so we're gonna start with the top. I just got home from work. How's Elden Ring been treating me? Man, the past 2 streams have been probably the most fun since we've started. We found a lot of crazy stuff so far. Definitely made quite a bit of progress too, so I'm pretty happy. I appreciate you watching it, man. Not dead. Again. Oh, dead on the way back? Definitely dead. Oh. I think I just lost a year of life clenching there. That's what my internal organs just clench. That was bad. Not the ones you want to. Oh, man. Slice and dice. I was just thinking I should probably just like spam heal so I can tank it again a second time. At least we have the checkpoint. Or no, we don't. Never mind. Oh no. Favorite boss so far? I think Morgott is my favorite overall so far. No shield. I haven't really been using shields in this playthrough. I did a little bit, but not a big fan of the extra equip load for the value of it. Oh, this is bad. Dead. Goodbye, runes. See you later. It was good. 40k, whatever. Isaiah, what's up? I haven't seen you for a while, man. How's everything going with you? Have you been playing this? My playthrough is pretty crazy, dude. I'm trying to figure out how long it's going to take me to beat the game. I'm guessing like closer to 100 hours because we have 52 and a half. And I still have a bunch of stuff that the main NPCs are telling me that I have to do. And then the map is still expanding too. I still have this area that's gray here. I don't even know if this is doable. In the left corner, we have an area bigger than the entire map down here already that's just blacked out that may be explorable too. Then I was told that there's enough underground parts that are as big as most of the map I've already found under the map, which I've only found like a fraction of too. So I don't even. And then there's 120 bosses or something. I honestly don't even know anymore, dude. I was expecting, someone said 80 before, and I was like, that's impressive. I would have taken 60, and then now it's double that, so. And I for sure have not found 60 yet. I don't think that's happened, so I'm pretty excited. There's so much to do, but they made everything that you can do fun, though. And I'm probably not even having as much fun as I could have if I had made it, but there's probably so many other builds you can make that are even more unique, right? You had 109 hours, hard stuck on the final boss, you think? The game is huge? 109 hours is a great value, man. It's about, I would say, 8 times longer than some AAA games I've played. So, I'll take it. Battle mages are a big thing on this. Battle mages, so like using sorcery, you mean? Or having a weapon and having magic? Nearly as many bosses in this game as the rest of the games combined. Yeah. Well, if it's 120, it's 3 times the size of DS2 with 3 DLCs, having this not even released a DLC yet. And then it would be 6 times the size of Bloodborne with the DLC that they were going to split into 2. That's massive. So, and then just purely areas-wise, I don't even want to do the numbers on that. It's not even worth it. It doesn't even make sense. So yeah, like if I had expected, there's no expectations I could have had that would have been too much for this. Like I could have gotten super hyped, way more hyped than I did, and it would still be fine. It was definitely a safe bet to get overexcited for, but I didn't though, so it's even better. Like with Bloodborne, I played it a little risky. I got way too excited for it, literally lost sleep over it. And it lived up to the expectations a bit more, but like it was risky because if it hadn't been good, because they were trying something different, I would have probably been really disappointed for a long time. So glad I learned my lesson from that. I never got excited for a game like that again after this, or after that moment, sorry. But I think I could have been even more hyped than that for this, and definitely been still surprised. Or just made up a bunch of like random things in my head and still been satisfied. Longer, bigger the game, the better. Well, the thing is, they actually have a higher quality of the game than the other games have in their main content, in the side content in a lot of cases, right? Not in every single aspect, but in majority of the optional stuff, it's still higher quality than the other games. So even if we took out everything that is a repeat or not required, it's still way bigger than everything else with all the optional stuff of the other games. But every task I've done so far has just been way more engaging. Like indefinitely. It's just not, it's really hard to even compare. It's just not even really fair. It wouldn't even make sense. Maybe like a few things, but as a whole package, like just for the achievement of it, it's just not quality over quantity or quantity over quality or vice versa. It's quantity and quality plus more. And also, again, like changing the genre of open world, like setting a new standard that other games are going to have to try really hard to beat, unfortunately. And value per, like dollar per hour is just unreal for playtime. which is a huge thing for me. I don't like to buy a lot of games if I'm not going to at least get, you know, dozens of hours out of each. Oh, this is the end of the road. Okay, can I still chill in here maybe? Maybe. Possibly. So much intrinsic motivation. There are many areas where you really want to explore because you're just curious, not because you're supposed to or heard there's loot. Yeah, exactly. Like I've just done, like, and I'm not typically the type of person that likes open world games because they sacrifice a lot of quality for the quantity all the time. Or like the entire game becomes slightly unoriginal because of that. Even if it's part of a series, right? So it's pretty crazy to actually still even remain within like having challenge and unique action elements too. Like I would say it's still an even sort of somewhat of an achievement for an action RPG that's not open world, or an action game by itself. Elden Ring map size is comparable to Skyrim. Yeah, it's insane, dude. It doesn't even have to be. It's the whole point. They could do a lot less. It's still going to be great.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Okay, so this is the end. I don't know what to do beyond here. Gonna have to escape now. We might actually have to have lava resistance to go through there. Or like fire resistance. Also, Ein, thank you for the 36 months. Once again, if I didn't say thank you for that. Thank you. If I repeated myself, you get 2 thank yous. It's amazing how much you can skip once you know you're doing 2. Yeah, and then you can just cut out a lot of stuff you wanted to for silver challenges. Doesn't suffer. Obviously, speedrunning with them at times. People have mentioned, you know, sub 1 hour run, sub 50 minutes. That's good news too if you want to do something really fast. Probably dead here. Yep. Hardest boss for you in Elden Ring you've had the trouble the most on? There isn't like one single one, but the top 3 would be Morgott, Apostle Godskin, and Starfallen Beast, I believe. Also, Pops, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome. Seem like the type to test damage values to see what equipment you need. I think everybody does that eventually if you understand the game. I've played a lot of FromSoft games, so it would be kind of stupid to not do that if you understand like the way the game's made. Because then you would just be not paying attention to the game. But I think if you've never played this before, you would have to actually learn a lot of the sub menus and sub values of things, right? Like the hard information might be kind of obvious, but like you're not going to understand what the breakdown of like guarded damage, negation, attributes, scaling, and you know like the actual leveling value as well would be. You have to learn that. So because that's all been the same, they've never changed the idea or the concept of that. That's just kind of second nature, I think, for like at least most of the player base. But I haven't tested things to the level that some people have. I definitely don't need to know much other than just playing and having fun beyond, okay, what I'm using actually meets requirements and it's better than the last thing, so I'm going to start doing that instead. And it's enjoyable, right? Thank you for gifting 5 subs, by the way. I appreciate that. CM Nightbird, Under Average, Sokasa, and Yox, I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Also, and Buddha as well. That is really cool of you. Gonna give a hint because you need a guide to show this to me. There's no statue on the chariot, meaning there's no way to get on it. Yeah, I noticed that, yeah, because I've already seen this chariot in another area. We were pointing that out at the beginning of the game. I don't want to spoil anything for someone that maybe didn't want to know that, but there is another one like this that we've already seen. And it is just a statue, unfortunately. Thoughts on becoming an affiliate? Well, I think that's necessary, right?
So the world might be mended.
So if you stream in general and you keep streaming, you will just become an affiliate. Like there's no way to not become an affiliate as far as I know, unless they've changed the terms. So it's just inevitable. But if you quit streaming like really early, if you don't do it, then, or you stream like half an hour like once a month, then obviously it might be hard. But I think you only have to stream a small amount of hours a week and just keep having a channel for maybe a month or two, and then I think you just get affiliate. I didn't have to do that because affiliate wasn't like a thing when I became partnered. So for me, it was a lot harder to get the first contracts or agreement with them. But now there's 3 contracts, so affiliate's just like a necessary thing that they give you over time to me, and then partnership and partnership plus is the actual grind. So. But even partnership regular is easier now, and I'm assuming if you get partnership regular with the amount of extra monetization tools, you'll get partnership plus as well. A bit easier, but they do kind of factor in support from like other channels and stuff, so you can't just get it because of I think inflated gift sub counts and stuff won't factor into the concurrent sub count you need for the partnership plus. I would imagine it wouldn't be fair if that was the case, because then you could literally buy yourself subs and then get a better contract, which is going to be like permanent. So, but yeah, like I think for me originally it was just their regular partnership contract. Then I figured out about the higher one, like the premium one, and then went for that. Got that pretty early, and then now it's just been that for a while. You make more money if you have the premium one, Smolder. There's partnership plus. They don't tell you that. They don't want people to necessarily like know in mass amounts, but if you do your research, you figure it out, you can apply for it. I had to kind of like talk to my representative and ask him about it, and then I just met the requirements within a month from then, held them for a month, and then they gave me it. But yeah, you get paid more basically. And then affiliate is just like a new thing they made, so you can have a contract for ad revenue to some extent, I think, or for some type of, I don't know the exact details. I've never actually looked at a contract for affiliate because I've never had access to it, but you do get some benefits that you don't get just by being like making a channel in general. But it's really easy to get if you just keep streaming. That's what I understand. Like every single person I know that's continued to stream in general for like over a few months or whatever has gotten affiliate. Just got eligible yesterday. That's why you ask. I'd say go for it. Take the opportunity if it's like a choice that you can take, unless they just give it to you. And then from there, if you want to become a partner, there's definitely some more things to consider, but I think that anybody can do the affiliate. And then the actual harder part would be meeting the requirements, the metrics for the partnership. But just do know it's gotten a lot easier over time. The only friction you're going to experience is the saturation now, because there's so many more people there's so many more millions of channels that have been made, right? So for me, when I got it, I was, I think, one of 6,000 out of 500,000 channels or something like that, or under 1 million. And now, so it was like top percent. Now it's like top 5% probably, in relation to like there's like tens of thousands of partners to the overall pool of like over 1 million, well over 1 million streamers, right? So the ratio is easier still, but there is a lot more saturation regardless. So you have to, I'd say like the requirements are lowered probably because they have the ability to give more people, they want more people having contracts like that. Like the platform's expanded, plus when Amazon acquired them, you know, they've done a lot of crazy stuff for monetization as well. Affiliate on day 3. That's amazing, dude. That's actually really cool. I've never heard of that before. Congratulations. That's really awesome. You can be eligible for affiliate if you meet requirements, but it's still something you have to opt in to be able to get the button, unless something has changed. Yeah, I think it actually is something that you do have to say yes to, or you do have to tell them you want it somehow. You've been on the affiliate grind lately. The hardest part so far is getting an average of 3 active chatters. You made it to 1, but the affiliate requirements are pretty low. Diddy, I think you can do it for sure. 100% 3 active chatters is very doable. It's just a time thing at that point. If you, especially if you're enjoying yourself, if you're having a good time, and you are in some sort of directory at some point, it would be easier, I think, if you picked one that's less saturated. But if you have like a higher chance of being seen based on how far up you are in it, even with like 1 viewer or 2 viewers, you will get it 100%. Sometimes though, finding like niches or whatever that are a little bit less crowded is an easier way to do that, but there's a trade-off regardless, because again, it's like you you have to think of like the maximum potential, like the ceiling, and then like the entry floor. So the entry floor might be more feasible, but the skills, or the ceiling for the maximum amount of experience you can gain, and also how many people might expand the channel, is lower, because there's a lower population that wants to see that stuff. And there's like sweet spots for it. There's points where like going super mainstream is not even worth it because of how bad the entry floor is, or how unlikely it is for the time investment sometimes, unless you have other credentials that are getting you like a fast track to it. But so many different, I've studied that stuff for years, so like that's just, I love talking about that stuff. But it is just like a very interesting series of you know, spotlights, likelihoods, competition with other people, and then just you know, thinking of like, again, your niche is super huge, I think. But spreading yourself very thin and doing a bunch of everything when you're trying to be an affiliate might be a bit harder. So if you focus on a certain type of concept overall, like maybe you play a genre of games, you play one game, or you know, you stream at times where other people are in non-peak hours, so like nighttime, overnight might be easier, less competition always, just statistically with time zones. Could be a lot of factors where if you maybe gain attention from other content creators that you host, and they like your content too, they see something of you and they want to host you, that could help. I'm not exactly sure, because I know there is rules where the hosts don't affect partnership, like they don't include them as much as you'd think, so you can't just be like boosted to partner by someone else. But can you play when you speak, Fahad? Oh, I fell asleep, guys. Sorry. I probably should play more, right? My bad. You're right. I should definitely play the game. Taking a nap. I just fell asleep. Dozed off, man. This is just relaxing. Just being in the catacombs over here. What's your favorite non-From Software game? Right now, Gran Turismo 7 is my favorite. Some other honorable mentions: Smash Ultimate, WRC 9, and I guess for horror games, I really like the Resident Evil games too. But yeah, GT7 is my favorite right now, other than FromSoft games. Oh, I guess Dead by Daylight too. Dead by Daylight's really sick. We're gonna have to go back to that soon too. Next time there's a new killer release, we gotta play some more. And then we still have a final lesson with Otz, but he's been grinding this game too, so I figured we both get sucked into it for a bit before he goes back to it, and I do as well. Polygon, what's up? How many hours in am I? We got 5240. I just missed the new killer. Did it actually come out already? I'm gonna have to catch up on that after then. Yeah, because he wanted to do one more lesson with me. Checkpoint ahead. Interesting. Is this... There's no invisible wall, is there? Ooh, dude. Ah, it was probably down, wasn't it? That's the nicest way you've seen someone shit on chat. Oh, me, like me? Well, I mean, you could say whatever you want in chat if you want to, but your intentions are always clear right away. It's not like it matters. You literally could say like the worst things of all time, but you get what you say, right? You get what you put in. You might get banned, and maybe that's what you want. You might not have anything happen. Someone might actually agree with you. You might have someone laugh. You might have someone cry. But you get what you get. This time you got Jeopardy. That was the most fitting situation right there. Maybe next time you get Wheel of Fortune. But I definitely like to do the opposite of what people tell me to do. That's Even if it's not for long, I just, nothing's more enjoyable than doing the exact opposite of what you tell me to do. Especially if you're not even asking a question or you're just saying do it. It could even be like harmless. It could be a joke, but I will just. There's nothing more satisfying than not doing it. It is possibly the best thing of all time. It's almost as enjoyable as playing the game. Don't do something, Rose. Don't send me $30,000. Oh man. Where's this cave at? This is the Primeval Sorcerer Azur area. We're in Mount Gelmir. It's between the Gelmir Hero's Grave, Seathwater Cave, and the Seathwater Terminus. Authority, especially random, seems like it'd get old fast. I mean, it depends on how you handle it. I mean, I know a lot of people that would get super pissed off, but like, it's funny though. I don't think that was actually like a harmful comment. It was just random, so I just like being stupid. Like I said, it makes me happy. But yeah, of course I'm gonna keep playing the game. It's gonna happen.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I'm assuming we actually come out on the other side of where that lava is if we go this way and then go down, but keep dying over here. Shizzle, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. Is there 2 contraptions in this part? I feel like there is. Oh wait, do we have to maybe go down? Oh yeah, we already saw this dude. He's definitely gonna kill me, yep. Gonna take a guess, and it's like the other area where we have to fall off the bridge somewhere. Because we already did that for the other area. We never actually went back to that place though that was underneath the original area from the very start of the game, so. Survive the chariot? I did, yeah. I have this this protection defense thing, the ritual shield talisman. So if I'm at full HP, it's kind of like the steel protection ring from Dark Souls. Just killed Morgott. Where do you guys suggest to venture from now? Is there more stuff to do in Lindell? So I'm not going to look at the response to that just because I don't want to get spoilers. That's where I'm at too. I'm already technically in this area. If it was up to me to answer that, I would just say maybe go to this place, but I don't really want to know what other places there are yet until I find them. I know that there is one thing in Limgrave because we killed the general, but I still have no idea where that is. I'll have to take a look at that again. Someone have a great day? No. Not so much those things, it's more so like when you try to control the channel. Like, it's kind of like show monkey sort of stuff. Like the type of person that's like, I'm gonna sub, but then I can tell you what to do, what to play, everything, what you wear, like how you speak. There's some weird requests. I've seen people like literally. There's someone I was talking to that streams and someone gifted like 1,000 subs or whatever. Or like, no, sorry, 500 subs. Was it 500? It was something ridiculous. Yeah, I think it was 500 subs. And then they're just like, you have to like sing, you have to dance, you have to speak like this way, you have to do these things. They got really mad when they wouldn't do it, and then it's like, well, you kind of screwed yourself because you can't refund subs. You should have just donated with like Streamlabs or something, and then you could get a refund. But there is a lot of aspects of people liking to control other people through monetary value, through just their comments and their intentions, through a lot of stuff. So it's very fun to not do that, you know, if it's just demanding. But lesson learned, don't pay to say that. Just say it without paying so you can save your money. Entitled people. It could honestly just be for the reaction too, or to have us have a conversation. It can be for so many different reasons. It might not even actually be that they think it's going to work. Curiosity, right? Oh, that was a one shot. Demand you enjoy the stream? No, I will never. There's other sites, donations can make people do things, which is not it. It is sometimes though, if you think in the context of someone that makes their channel that way. So if you watch a channel where there is incentives for everything, then you might try to impose those incentives on someone that doesn't actually like stream for incentives. They literally just stream, and then like if people like it, they can support it if they want, right? So like there will be the classic like, I have a whiteboard. If you give me $50, I'll do a backflip. If you give me 100, I wear a wig. If you give me 2,000, I message you on this other platform and say hi for 2 weeks, and then I disown you. Just for example, I don't even know if that's actually real, but you know, something like that, something like kind of harmless, but like the more the monetized value, or the more the monetary value, the higher the level of I guess attention, and it is just like a parasocial kind of toxicity with a price on it. But actually, the problem is it actually promotes the wrong kind of behavior that people that don't have enough awareness to realize, you know, that over they might be unfortunately taken advantage of beyond what their own delusions grant them, whatever the case is. So that's why for me it's like, if someone wants to do that, it's like, I'm just going to do the exact same thing I was going to do before it anyways. When you're doing squats for subs. Okay, here we go. If we hit 5 million tier 3 subs right now, in the next minute I'll do it.
Thank you.
Because at that point I have to, or like that's just disrespectful, right? I feel like maybe you could fall down here too. Oh yeah, there's definitely something down there. If you get $10, I'll write your name on this whiteboard that's behind me and get low to the ground so I have to bend over in spandex. And if it's 5 million, then I will buy a hot tub. You got 5 million subs right now. Would you retire? No. I would stream even if it wasn't for any kind of monetary gain at all. Just the same way I did when I started, but I wouldn't stream as much. I'd probably only, every time I'd play a game, I'd stream by myself. That's just how I like to play games now. But I would only do it probably like once a week or something like that. But yeah, it would just be like an hour basis thing until the platform becomes a thing where I don't really like being on it. That would be the case. It would just go back to how it was before. And then I guess if it was like the case that the channel did that well, I try to invest that into other things that I could do with other content, be more experimental, maybe take more risks. But it's all dependent on how much I enjoy what I'm enjoying too, right? Because like you could easily just do more of what you already enjoy and still enjoy it a lot. But if you think like, hey, I want to take like a super big chance on this, that's a time frame investment that wouldn't be smart when you're trying to, you know, expand something more that isn't just like, you know, okay, there's no point of doing it or whatever for the monetary gain. Like, of course now I there's a certain level of where I have to. Maybe there's one day where I don't. I have realized though, like doing like less could be higher quality too in some cases. So I'm not going to stream 12 hours a day because it takes away from other things. Then I might be a worse person to make the content, or just be more burnt out overall. So it kind of micromanages burnout periods and just maybe makes the creativity a little bit higher with certain things, or just makes me enjoy it more, whatever the case. So I have learned the lesson of that. And then beyond that, you could have it where maybe channel is so self-sufficient, so good that you could just retire, but then you still do it because you really like it, or you just, again, and you invest into different ideas. But there's only like, obviously like a fraction of a percent of people there at that point right now. And a lot of them still do it just because they actually like it that much, right? That's probably the reason they started it, and that's why a lot of the people that do really well don't actually care if it's a job or not, because they actually just like doing it. That's one of the things I was trying to say before. If you're trying to do it because you want to actually have a career, it almost makes no point. You should just get a degree and go get a career, because it's way easier to do that. So at least it's stable too, right? And you don't have to necessarily do a lot more stuff over time that's different. You could do a lot of the same things on a fixed time schedule and never have to really think outside the box or play other roles than just whatever your role is. You know, there's no skill sets you have to actually gain beyond like a certain amount. But then there's a misconception where there's like, I guess the idea would be like short lifespan content where it's like really high momentum very quickly, but then there's no longevity to it, but people perceive that as longevity and then make it seem like it's easy to do that, but then they don't have any longevity, so it's actually not even really a good idea long term. So actual true longevity with you know, gaining multiple skill sets to improve things is a lot harder, and it's a lot more of a risk, so it's not as safe to do unless you really like it. I don't even think I own any 350. What does Remembrance do? Like the Sites of Grace? Is that what you're talking about? Or some sort of item that I have? What SL am I at? I am at 90 at the moment. Oh, sorry, 92. 92. You're gonna quit your job and start streaming on a Game Boy? There you go, man. You could be the first person that has a camera pointed at a Game Boy screen that's recording another Game Boy in 160p resolution. Depends on the career. Well, I think if you were doing stuff that requires constant growth and skill set acquisition, which is kind of rare, that would usually you'd be owning your own like business or something at that point, or you'd be doing a lot of different kinds of business. Then yeah, of course that would be different, but it's also just like the fire kind of thing, because you're not actually guaranteed anything at all, and everything you do you have to make happen yourself. You can't it just doesn't magically happen, right? And then there's also improvement of the formula at a certain point where you have to kind of acquire things that are effective for the time period. So as the platforms change you're on, or as the things change, you have to adapt. Sure, I'm sure in an administrative sense or like a system sense, when you're doing a set of tasks that have to update with technology, you do have to learn new things or whatever. But again, if I went to go and get a degree for something and then I did it for 20 years, there's going to be less diversity in that career than there would be in trying to do something like this. And I'm not even saying that to be like discounting that thing. I'm just saying it's safer because there's going to be the same pay with some yearly or by like, maybe like every 5 years you get like a certain amount of raise, whatever. And it's going to be like consistent. You can depend on it for some things. And then with this, you might not even have like a chance at all, like really quickly out of nowhere, or you could do really well. But the fire is there. The ceiling could be really high, but then you might never actually continue to do it because of so many other factors. And I know a lot of people that are in those positions, and I've witnessed it over the course of a long time, well over a decade, where it is the truth. So it's kind of dependent on what you do. There is some things that are super diverse that are always changing as well, but it's not as common though. That's all I'm saying. But there's a level of unfortunate responsibility that you have to take risks on that it's not a good idea, I don't think, if you want to have guarantees, right? There is no guarantees in any of this stuff. But for me, I don't like guarantees. I like just wild things. They're just silly and just risky as well. And like I said, I just take more risk the more there is the ability to do that. Then you don't have to feel like you have to split yourself so many times to try things that might just not be worth the time at that point, right? Ahead of you in the game, this breaks the no spoilers rule. Get what you're saying? You worked in an office, it didn't last long, it was mundane and had no room for growth. There could still be room for growth in that, but it's a different sense of it. It's a more stable thing, but it's going to be more of the same though, unfortunately. But that could be fortunate though. It depends on how you look at it. It's just a different type of desire, I think. But then it plays into a whole set of, again, the arbitrary belief of, did you fall into it because you liked it or because it was passionate, or was it more of like you just did it because you're expected to do something in general, but you were still trying to figure out what you actually really wanted to do, and that's also another factor too. So there's a lot of stuff like that too. There's a lot of beliefs that don't really come from any place that makes sense necessarily, but we have to consider them, and some consider them absolute when they're not actually as meaningful, unfortunately. And there's even some things in this too. I've screwed myself so much doing this stuff, like thinking I had to do this a certain way or I would be terrible. And it didn't actually make any sense. I only did better once I realized there is no actual certain set of beliefs for this at all. And it just is all bullshit. It's just like you literally have to do it the way you enjoy it the most. And then you have to pay attention to what is effective, obviously, and what things actually are controllable and are concrete, right? Like all the arbitrary stuff, though, is just like you can make up falsified things in your head easily. So I could be like, I have to stream 12 hours. Like, again, I have to play Fortnite. I can't play other games. I have to do exactly what this streamer does to, always, no matter what. I have to, like, basically become Ninja, for example, because he's the biggest streamer. I have to do that. But it's like, then you get people that are playing Sekiro on a piano and doing crazy content. That's ridiculous. Like, it's like completely different, super weird. Of course, it's not going to be as like global or like mass consumed, but then it still works though, because nothing has to be mass consumed. That's the point. If it did, then there wouldn't be a lot of channels. There wouldn't be diversity or variety in anything. So there actually has to be things that are extremely niche or not as popular for the actual platform to make sense. Or there's only like 2 people that exist doing something. And then therefore, where's the depth to it? So I like the fact they added like art for as a category where you can have artists, you can have music, you can have people, you know, restreaming sports in some cases and analyzing that. You can have people playing tons of different games competitively. You can have people that are actually doing game dev. You can, even though they might not be as popular sometimes, there's a lot more depth in that case, right? Sume, thank you for the brand new sub. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the rants, dude. Getting too deep, you need to come up for a breath. Yeah. Welcome. This might be the end of the road for this area for today. Basically what you're saying is we're gonna get a hot tub stream soon. I made a joke saying if we hit 50k tier 1 concurrent subs ever, that I would speedrun Minecraft in a birthday hat for 12 hours and in a hot tub, but that goal is unbelievably just out of this world for most people that exist. So like almost everybody. So it's kind of just a joke. It's not actually even real. And I'll do it just to entertain the fact that that's wild if it happens, because that's just so silly. But I don't think it's actually going to happen. It doesn't need to happen at all. That's just absurd. Don't want a tip for this area. I think I will take advice of where to go on this area for sure, because we've been in it for quite a long time. At least before we finish, because we're going to be done soon. Stagnation gives you depression. That's why you've been so fond of streaming in your free time. Yeah, it's cool to definitely... I think community building can be satisfying for some people. For me, I've enjoyed being a part of other people's community just as much as actually building it too. That's why I think I found value in doing it, because I didn't sign up for the actual platform to be a streamer. I didn't think of that. It was more of just being a viewer of other people's channels, right? And I think that's a lot of people here too. And then the enjoyment of seeing people in my audience become full-time streamers in the process of me also doing that afterwards is just like a weird thing, because I'm like telling them you're going to do it, and then they do it. They don't believe it, then they do it, then they do it even better, then some of them do it even better than me, and then I'm like looking up being like, look at that, that's cool. So there's a lot of like really interesting storylines I've seen unfold, and then some I was a part of as just like the guests that I still am a part of, but now from a different perspective, because I've done what they've done, so I can see like more in depth of what's going on, you know, and like seeing how many lessons they've had to learn. Go back to the beams. Can jump from the cart to the wooden planks you've been at. The cart. Ride the chariot. Dude, that'd be amazing if we could do that. So I have to fall back down here to the beams, right? How's the game so far? This game's sick, dude. Sorry, I was sounding like a spiel. Is it gonna be a dream to speedrun? Are you saying like, am I gonna try to speedrun this? Talking bikini or full bobs for Minecraft stream? Well, obviously I'll have to wear clothing. It's not gonna happen though. I almost don't want it to, because it's just too absurd. I feel like I'll have to pull some sort of crazy stunt. It'll have to be like a 1-month stream with like, you know, I'll have to vlog everything, get a backpack and frickin' take it everywhere, and then do like the sleeping streams to even like imagine that being a possibility. And then also from there have enough leverage to be one of the biggest channels in the platform before even starting it. So I don't think it could even organically happen at this point, just because the likelihood for anybody of that, it's like such a small percent. It's not impossible, but it's almost like you'd be probably having a better chance of playing the lottery and winning. You might as well just do that. It's not even necessary. That's the whole point. It would just be funny. Appreciator, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for using your Prime sub as well. You're supposed to ride the chariot. I don't think you can. It'd be pretty crazy, man. I don't see a part where you can jump on it. If you block with a shield, does it still count as a no-hit run? I don't think it would for hitless. I think the rules are that you can't have impact on the character from any sort of thing. You have to go down the ramp to the first one, down the lava. Chariot doesn't reach that far. Oh, I see right here, actually. Never mind. There's this thing, too. Oh, that goes back into here, though. Ladder back up as well. Hop into the rafters and onto the chariot. You actually have to hop onto the chariot. I tried doing that before and it didn't work. It killed me on the other part. Wait, why would the chariot... Okay, wait. I just need to understand. I'm going to do it either way, but why does the chariot have to be hopped onto? Where does it take you? Oh, because it goes to the lava. That's why. Fuck. That's why. Okay. I will hop on the chariot. I'm stupid. Oh, man. You have to fall onto it. I was thinking of jumping onto it from the ground. I'm like, you can't fit onto the chariot from the ground. What do you know? Nope, I'm dead. Rip. Didn't do it properly. There was a ladder there. Oh, man. Dude, I was actually thinking you were telling me to run up to the back of the chariot and jump onto it, so I misinterpreted that. I didn't think you meant falling from the ceiling into it. I thought you were trying to get me to die or something. I thought it was like a joke or something like that. I was like, what? You can't like physically jump that high. I tried doing that with the other one and then I just rebounded off of it and died. Did this dungeon without riding the chariot? Were you able to go through the lava? Was there enough resistance? Because I noticed I don't take like a crazy amount of damage, but it slows you down quite a bit. It's kind of like the deep water. Wait, where was the... Dead. Okay, so you can go around the outer side of that too. Damage isn't the problem, it's speed. You feel like you somehow came at it from a different angle and you ended up riding the chariot up somehow? Wait, so are you saying, Death God, you actually did jump from the ground to do it? Quick step's a viable option too, that's true. I'm actually curious if we could get away with that. That'd be fun. I want to try that first, and then I'm going to try the other stuff we can do. Where's the... There's a weapon we have. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Can you see my map? Yep. It's the map right now. Throw a talisman on or fire equipment if you don't have the flask. I think I can survive it damage-wise. I have a spell that can actually increase the health too, so it'll kind of fight the fire a little bit. So I'll use that right now. That was like my last resort after you, or before taking the tip. I was gonna say like I could just try to run through the lava because we didn't die from it before, but I was like, how slow will that be? Will we even be able to like go fast enough? But then I forgot about the quick step. So I probably would have just ran through it and still not had the time. But I wonder if you can actually just sprint through it normally. Nah, it's not going to be quick enough. Doesn't follow you down the initial ramp. So that's the thing that's weird. The other one in the other dungeon, it would not follow you. Like, it would look like it would turn around, but then it would actually still keep going longer than it would if you weren't in that area, right? So if you were in the area, it would actually keep going or make turns it normally wouldn't. So I thought like maybe it would just follow you anyways because of the way the other one worked. This isn't too bad though. Hope it doesn't break the armor. Is this a whole nother place too? Is that not even the same area? I might have to go do the other part too. Ringed finger. Okay, it's not in this menu. So, oh, it's a weapon. Okay. Interesting. Hammer, strike. Okay, I want to see what this does. What? Okay, anyone that hasn't found this, you have to admit, that's pretty funny. Found it but never used it? That's hilarious. That is really funny. That's the weirdest weapon I think we found. Oh man. Okay, going back, I think. Unless there's a ladder? No. No ladder. Could be an instructor just pointing to something, yeah. Go to the flower. Our health is still pretty good, even just from the thing that's regenning without the spell that we have. Oh, the flower is over here. Oh, that's actually a cutout in the wall. Okay. That's super sneaky, man. They made this like super, super sneaky. You could fall through here. All right, thank you for the help, guys. I appreciate it. I apologize about the statue thing. That was completely me thinking that I was gonna run from the ground and jump on it. I was like, how do you jump that high? That doesn't even make sense. That was definitely the most wild thing we've done in one of the mini dungeons. I did not expect we could even go on there. That's crazy. Like I saw that there was a space, but I was like, how do you get up on the thing? Can you show the map for a moment? Yep, this is the map. Okay, I'm kind of scared about this part. Let's see what's going on. Instant boss fight. Dead in 2 seconds. No. More stuff? Oh, there we go. Okay, we got a statue first. Okay, I might try the wolves on this one because we actually upgraded the wolves to +2. It was the first time I could actually upgrade a spirit, so I want to see how good it is. We have more FP as well, right? Oh, I don't have any left. Damn, I'm gonna have to die first. How much more HP exactly do bosses have when you summon an NPC or player? I'm not actually sure. I don't know if it's a percentage or it's just a strict amount per enemy. Okay, we've already fought this enemy in the, I think it was the Rhea Lucaria area, right? Was it Glintstone Palace or whatever it's called? So I know this enemy. Red Wolf of the Champion. GG. Bloodhound Knight Elo. Or sorry, Flow, not Elo. I can't read. That's an E or an F, not an E. Oh man, did we actually just get the Bloodhound guy? I guess it's similar to the Darrowil dude that dropped this weapon from the beginning. That's really cool that you can actually summon him if that's the case. Let me see how much it takes though. 95 FP. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have enough for that right now. I gotta level mine quite a bit on this one. Kishore, you've been underground. You want to ask something, but you don't want to spoil it if you haven't been to it. Yeah, I can show you right before we're done this. Where is this? This is in Mount Gelmir. It's the Gelmir Heroes Cave. And then we still got to find the map shard over here too. We got to find this main path because there's a separation in the rocks here, like where the bridge ends. I think that when you walked up here it was like lower, and then there's a higher part that you can probably jump off of back to it. But we got to find out how to get to this path right here and go around. So that's going to be next time. Then for the underground areas, we've only been to this place right here. Seofra River Well. How to use summons? You need the Spirit Bell to do that. So if you find them, you can acquire them, but there's an NPC. So when you're playing the game, I think after you've acquired at least one, you go back to the Church of Ela, or LA, where is it? Gate front, first step. Yeah, Church of LA right here. Go back to this one. It's the second checkpoint that you'd find from when you enter the main game. And there'll be an NPC sitting on a rock that you talk to. And then you get the bell, and then you can use it. Or get it in the round table hold. Oh, maybe it has to be at night. Sorry, you might have to. Yeah, might have to do it at night. I wasn't sure if that was a condition. NPC at night. How do you switch to the underground map? You press R3. Then you can also, I just figured this out, you can press the left bumper or L1 and you can check multiplayer activity, which is really cool. I was actually trying to figure out how to shut that off the other day. Just got Elden Ring, you suck at Souls games, what build should you use? For a starting character, if you're just starting right now, one of the most popular ones I've heard of right now, because bleed is pretty good, is Samurai. So you get a bow so you can shoot people at a distance, and you have a weapon that does bleed, which is good. So I would personally say out of the ones I've tried or have seen, that is good. There might be better, but I think that would be even better than the character that I picked to start with. Because I did use the Samurai just for like an hour and a half when I first got the game. All right, well that was day 10, I guess, for the first playthrough. So day number 8 on the YouTube, it's going to be finished and processed tonight. Then I'm going to have it uploaded tomorrow. And then day 9's already on there. If you do want to see more Elden Ring content, though, here's the YouTube. There's a playlist for it. There'll be another episode of the podcast with Faraz as well, just discussing the game again. And then we're going to go into specific subjects after we've both beaten the game. Here's the Instagram if you want to see other stuff too. And here's the Twitter if you want to know when I go live and get other updates. And I really appreciate you guys watching the stream today. It's quite a lot of just exploration and getting lost and stuff, but it was fun though.